The History of Modern Art, from the 19th Century to the Present. Written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1: The Birth of Modern Art. The birth of modern art was a response to the shifting social, technological, and philosophical landscape of the 19th century. As industrialization transformed cities and societies, artists began to challenge traditional artistic conventions, seeking new ways to express the rapidly changing world around them. This period saw a break from the rigid academic traditions that had long governed European painting and sculpture, paving the way for the radical experimentation that would define modern art. One of the key catalysts for this shift was the Industrial Revolution, which not only altered daily life, but also introduced new materials and techniques that influenced artistic practice. Mass production and urbanization led to a new social order, one that artists sought to capture in ways that felt more immediate and personal. The decline of aristocratic patronage and the rise of a bourgeois middle class also meant that artists had to find new ways to engage with audiences, often turning to themes that reflected contemporary life rather than historical or mythological subjects. During this time, Romanticism and Realism emerged as two competing yet complementary movements that set the stage for modern art. Romanticism, with its emphasis on emotion, individualism, and the sublime, challenged the rationalism of the Enlightenment. Artists like Francisco Goya and Eugène Delacroix infused their work with dramatic energy and personal vision, rejecting the academic ideal of perfection. In contrast, realism, led by figures such as Gustave Courbet and Jean-François Millet, sought to depict the everyday lives of ordinary people without idealization. Their work was seen as radical because it elevated common subjects to the level of fine art, breaking from the grand historical and religious narratives that had long dominated painting. Another pivotal moment in the birth of modern art was the development of photography in the early 19th century. This technological advancement revolutionized the way artists thought about representation. With the camera capable of capturing reality with unprecedented accuracy, painters were no longer bound to merely depicting the world as it appeared. This led to a shift in artistic priorities, as painters explored new ways to convey movement, light, and emotion that photography could not replicate. The influence of photography pushed artists toward abstraction, paving the way for Impressionism and later modernist movements. The emergence of modern art was also deeply connected to the rise of individualism. Whereas previous generations of artists often worked within established traditions, the modern artist sought to break free from convention and assert a unique vision. This rejection of the past, combined with a desire to respond to the contemporary world, laid the foundation for the revolutionary artistic movements that would follow in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The impact of the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution was one of the most transformative periods in human history, dramatically altering society, economy, and culture. Beginning in the late 18th century and intensifying throughout the 19th century, this era of rapid industrialization reshaped the way people lived and worked. With the rise of factories, mechanized production, and urban expansion, artists found themselves confronting a world that was changing at an unprecedented pace. The impact of these developments was profound, influencing not only the subjects artists chose to depict, but also the very techniques and materials they used. One of the most immediate effects of industrialization was the growth of cities. As people migrated from rural areas to urban centers in search of work, the landscapes of Europe and America were transformed. Crowded streets, factories billowing smoke, and new modes of transportation, such as railways and steamships, became defining features of modern life. Artists, particularly those associated with the Realist and later Impressionist movements, began to take an interest in these new environments. Instead of focusing solely on grand historical or religious themes, they turned their attention to contemporary scenes, capturing the bustling energy of modern cities or the struggles of the working class. The Industrial Revolution also introduced new materials and techniques that influenced artistic production. The development of synthetic pigments, for example, expanded the color palette available to painters, allowing for greater experimentation. The invention of tube paints made it easier for artists to work outdoors, which was a crucial factor in the rise of Impressionism. Previously, painting had largely been confined to studios, but with portable paints, artists could now capture fleeting moments of light and atmosphere in real time. Another major consequence of industrialization was the shift in patronage and the art market. Traditionally, artists relied on commissions from the church, aristocracy, or wealthy patrons. However, as the middle class expanded due to economic growth, a new audience for art emerged. These buyers were often more interested in depictions of contemporary life than in classical or mythological subjects. This shift encouraged artists to break away from academic traditions and explore new, more personal themes that resonated with modern society. Perhaps most importantly, industrialization changed the way artists thought about progress and modernity. Some embraced the new technological age with optimism, fascinated by its innovations and the possibilities they presented. Others, however, viewed industrialization with skepticism, lamenting the loss of nature and traditional ways of life. This tension between progress and nostalgia became a recurring theme in modern art, reflecting the complex relationship between artists and the industrial world. Ultimately, the Industrial Revolution not only influenced what artists painted, but also reshaped the very nature of artistic expression itself. Early reactions to academic tradition. In the 19th century, academic tradition dominated the art world, dictating strict rules about subject matter, composition, and technique. The academies, particularly the École des Beaux-Arts in France, upheld classical ideals, emphasizing historical, religious, and mythological themes rendered with meticulous detail and polished realism. The annual Salon exhibitions served as the primary platform for artistic recognition, reinforcing these conventions. However, as social and cultural changes swept through Europe, many artists began to challenge the rigid constraints of academic art, seeking new ways to express contemporary realities and personal vision. One of the earliest reactions to academic tradition came from the Romantic movement. Emerging in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Romantic artists rejected the emphasis on order, reason, and idealized beauty that characterized neoclassicism. Instead, they focused on emotion, individualism, and the sublime power of nature. Artists such as Francisco Goya, Eugène Delacroix, and J.M.W. Turner infused their work with dramatic intensity, dynamic compositions, and bold color palettes that contrasted sharply with academic restraint. Goya's haunting depictions of war and Delacroix's passionate historical scenes exemplified this break from tradition, prioritizing expression over perfection. Following Romanticism, the Realist movement further challenged academic conventions by rejecting idealization altogether. Led by artists like Gustave Courbet and Jean-François Millet, realism sought to depict contemporary life with unfiltered honesty, focusing on ordinary people rather than heroic or divine figures. Courbet's famous declaration, "Show me an angel and I'll paint one," captured the movement's defiance of academic norms. His monumental paintings of laborers and peasants, such as The Stone Breakers and A Burial at Ornans, scandalized critics who deemed such subjects unworthy of grand-scale art. By presenting everyday life without embellishment, realists directly opposed the academic preference for historical grandeur and polished execution. Another major challenge to academic tradition came with the rise of Impressionism in the 1860s and 1870s. Impressionist artists, including Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas, rejected the academic focus on historical and mythological themes, instead turning their attention to contemporary urban life, leisure, and the fleeting effects of light. Their loose brushwork, bright colors, and emphasis on capturing movement and atmosphere defied the precise, polished techniques favored by academic painters. The rejection of traditional perspective and composition further distanced Impressionists from the academic establishment, leading to heated criticism and rejection from the official salon. These early reactions to academic tradition set the stage for the radical transformations that would define modern art. By prioritizing emotion, realism, and personal expression over rigid formalism, Romanticism, realism, and Impressionism paved the way for the avant-garde movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, forever altering the trajectory of artistic innovation. Romanticism and realism. Romanticism and realism emerged as two significant artistic movements in the 19th century, both responding to the changing social and cultural landscape of the time. While they differed in their approaches and artistic goals, both movements represented a departure from the rigid formalism of academic tradition, each in its own way, challenging the conventions of subject matter, style, and artistic purpose. Romanticism, which flourished in the early 19th century, was characterized by its emphasis on emotion, imagination, and individualism. Rejecting the rationalism of the Enlightenment and the rigid order of neoclassicism, Romantic artists sought to convey intense feelings, dramatic narratives, and the sublime power of nature. They often depicted historical events, literary themes, and mythical subjects with a heightened sense of drama and movement. Eugène Delacroix, one of the leading figures of Romanticism, used bold colors, dynamic compositions, and expressive brushwork to create emotionally charged scenes, as seen in Liberty Leading the People, which celebrated revolution and national identity. Similarly, Francisco Goya, whose work transitioned from courtly portraits to dark, nightmarish visions, exemplified the romantic fascination with human suffering, irrationality, and the supernatural. Another hallmark of Romanticism was its portrayal of nature as an overwhelming and uncontrollable force. Artists like J.M.W. Turner and Caspar David Friedrich captured the sublime in their landscapes, evoking awe, wonder, and even terror. Turner's swirling, atmospheric seascapes, such as The Slave Ship, conveyed the vastness and power of nature, while Friedrich's contemplative compositions, like Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, emphasized human insignificance in the face of the natural world. This focus on emotion, spirituality, and the untamed wilderness distinguished Romanticism from the intellectual precision of earlier artistic traditions. In contrast, realism emerged in the mid-19th century as a reaction against both the idealization of neoclassicism and the dramatic intensity of Romanticism. Realist artists sought to depict everyday life with unembellished accuracy, focusing on ordinary people and their struggles, rather than grand historical or mythological themes. Gustave Courbet, a pioneer of realism, rejected traditional artistic subjects in favor of rural laborers and working-class figures, as seen in The Stonebreakers and A Burial at Ornans. His bold assertion that art should represent only what can be seen directly challenged the academic tradition of elevating history, religion, and mythology as the most important subjects. Jean-François Millet and Honoré Daumier also contributed to the realist movement by portraying the working class with dignity and authenticity. Millet's paintings of peasant life, such as The Gleaners, highlighted the hardship and resilience of rural workers, while Daumier's satirical prints exposed the inequalities and corruption of urban society. By turning their attention to contemporary struggles, realist artists sought to reveal the social realities of industrialization, modernization, and class divisions. While Romanticism and realism differed in their approaches, one focusing on emotion and imagination, the other on observation and truth, both movements played crucial roles in breaking away from academic tradition. Each, in its own way, helped shape the evolution of modern art by redefining what was considered worthy of artistic representation. The rise of individualism in art. The rise of individualism in art during the 19th century marked a significant shift in the way artists approached their work, their subject matter, and their role in society. Traditionally, artists had been bound by academic conventions, working under patronage systems that dictated themes and styles. However, as social and cultural changes took hold, artists began to assert their personal vision, breaking away from institutional control and exploring new forms of self-expression. This shift laid the foundation for modern art, encouraging innovation and experimentation that would define the movements of the late 19th and 20th centuries. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of individualism was the decline of aristocratic and religious patronage. With the growth of industrial capitalism and the expansion of the middle class, artists were no longer solely reliant on commissions from the church or nobility. Instead, they began to create works that reflected their own experiences, emotions, and perspectives, often exhibiting their art independently or selling directly to collectors. This newfound artistic freedom allowed for greater diversity in subject matter, as painters moved away from grand historical and religious scenes to explore contemporary life, personal struggles, and unconventional themes. Romanticism played a crucial role in emphasizing the artist as a unique visionary, driven by emotion and imagination rather than adherence to tradition. Artists such as Eugène Delacroix and Francisco Goya infused their work with deep personal expression, rejecting rigid academic formulas in favor of dynamic compositions, bold colors, and dramatic themes. Goya's later works, including the Black paintings, reflected his inner fears and turmoil, exemplifying the romantic belief that art should be an extension of the artist's mind and spirit rather than a mere representation of external reality. As the 19th century progressed, this emphasis on personal vision continued to evolve. The realist movement, while rooted in direct observation, also underscored the individual perspective of the artist. Gustave Courbet, for instance, rejected idealization in favor of unfiltered depictions of everyday life, asserting that artists should paint only what they could see. His controversial statement, "I cannot paint an angel because I have never seen one," illustrated the realist commitment to personal experience as the foundation of artistic creation. The rise of Impressionism further expanded the notion of individualism, as artists sought to capture their subjective impressions of the world. Painters such as Claude Monet and Edgar Degas abandoned strict academic techniques in favor of loose brushwork and vibrant color, emphasizing the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere. Each Impressionist's work was distinctly personal, reflecting their unique perspective and emotional response to their surroundings. Ultimately, the rise of individualism in art reshaped artistic identity, shifting the focus from adherence to external standards to the exploration of personal creativity. This transformation set the stage for the avant-garde movements of the 20th century, where self-expression, experimentation, and innovation became the defining characteristics of modern art. The influence of photography. The invention of photography in the early 19th century had a profound impact on the development of modern art. As a revolutionary new medium capable of capturing reality with unparalleled precision, photography challenged traditional artistic practices while also inspiring new approaches to representation. It forced painters to reconsider their role and the purpose of their work, leading to significant stylistic shifts that ultimately contributed to the rise of modernist movements. When photography first emerged in the 1830s and 1840s, it was primarily seen as a scientific and documentary tool rather than an art form. Early photographic processes, such as the daguerreotype and calotype, provided an alternative to hand-drawn or painted portraits, offering a level of detail that was impossible to achieve with traditional methods. As a result, the demand for portrait painters declined, forcing many artists to adapt their techniques or explore new subject matter. This shift led some painters to abandon strict realism, recognizing that photography could fulfill the role of accurate representation more efficiently. One of the most significant ways photography influenced painting was by encouraging artists to move beyond naturalistic detail and explore more expressive and experimental styles. The realist movement, led by Gustave Courbet, embraced photography's emphasis on depicting ordinary life with honesty and precision. Courbet and his contemporaries used photographic references to enhance their work, but rather than attempting to surpass photography in realism, they sought to capture the deeper social and emotional realities of their subjects. The Impressionists took this transformation even further, using photography as a tool to study movement, light, and composition. Photographic techniques such as cropping and unusual angles influenced artists like Edgar Degas, who often framed his figures in ways that mimicked snapshots. The ability of photography to freeze a moment in time inspired Impressionist painters to focus on capturing fleeting impressions rather than meticulously rendered details. This approach led to the loose brushwork, vibrant colors, and dynamic compositions that defined the movement. Photography also played a key role in the development of abstraction. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as photography became more widely accepted as a means of capturing reality, many artists felt liberated from the responsibility of representation. This allowed for the emergence of movements such as Cubism and Fauvism, which emphasize form, color, and personal expression over realistic depiction. Photographers themselves, including figures like Alfred Stieglitz and Man Ray, began to explore photography as an artistic medium in its own right, further blurring the boundaries between painting and photography. Ultimately, photography revolutionized the way artists approached their work, challenging traditional artistic roles while also expanding the possibilities of creative expression. By forcing painters to rethink their purpose and embrace new forms of representation, photography played a crucial role in shaping the evolution of modern art. Chapter 2: Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. Impressionism and Post-Impressionism were two groundbreaking movements that reshaped the course of modern art in the late 19th century. Emerging as a reaction to academic traditions and influenced by the rapid changes of industrialization, these movements emphasized new ways of seeing and interpreting the world. Impressionism sought to capture fleeting moments, light, and atmosphere, while Post-Impressionism pushed artistic boundaries further, emphasizing structure, emotion, and abstraction. Together, they laid the foundation for the radical developments of 20th century art. Impressionism emerged in France in the 1860s, with artists rejecting the rigid constraints of the salon and seeking to depict contemporary life with spontaneity and vibrancy. Instead of detailed, polished compositions, Impressionist painters used loose, visible brushstrokes and bright, unmixed colors to convey movement and the effects of light. They often painted en plein air outdoors to capture the changing conditions of the natural world. Claude Monet, one of the most influential figures of the movement, exemplified this approach in works like Impression, Sunrise, which gave the movement its name. His shimmering water lilies, haystacks, and Rouen Cathedral series demonstrated a fascination with how light and color transformed a subject throughout the day. Other key Impressionists, such as Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and Camille Pissarro, focused on scenes of modern urban life, leisure, and social interaction. Renoir's paintings celebrated human warmth and beauty. Degas experimented with composition and movement in his ballet dancers, and Pissarro captured bustling city streets. Though critics initially dismissed Impressionism as unfinished and careless, the movement gradually gained acceptance and reshaped artistic conventions. By the late 1880s, Impressionism began to evolve into Post-Impressionism as artists sought to move beyond capturing mere visual impressions. While still influenced by Impressionist techniques, Post-Impressionists focused more on structure, emotion, and symbolic meaning. Paul Cézanne, often considered the bridge between Impressionism and modern art, experimented with geometric forms and multiple perspectives, laying the groundwork for Cubism. His landscapes, such as Mont Saint-Victoire, deconstructed nature into simple shapes and planes, emphasizing underlying structure. Vincent van Gogh took a more expressive and emotional approach, using bold colors and swirling brushstrokes to convey psychological intensity. Works like Starry Night and The Night Café reflected his inner turmoil and his desire to go beyond visual representation to capture feeling. Similarly, Paul Gauguin rejected realism in favor of symbolism, infusing his paintings with rich colors and exotic themes inspired by his time in Tahiti. Georges Seurat, with his technique of pointillism, sought a more scientific approach to color theory, meticulously constructing his images through tiny dots of pure color. Impressionism and post-impressionism marked a turning point in art history, shifting away from academic traditions and toward individual expression, experimentation, and abstraction. These movements not only revolutionized painting, but also paved the way for modernist explorations in the decades that followed. The break from traditional techniques. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw a dramatic shift in artistic techniques as artists sought to break free from the constraints of academic tradition. This departure was driven by a desire to capture contemporary life, personal expression, and new ways of seeing the world. Traditional techniques, which emphasized meticulous detail, perspective, and smooth, polished finishes, gave way to experimental methods that prioritized spontaneity, abstraction, and bold use of color. This transformation laid the foundation for modern art, influencing movements such as Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, and beyond. One of the most significant changes in technique was the rejection of linear perspective and realistic shading, which had dominated European painting for centuries. Impressionist artists, for example, abandoned the precise, smooth brushwork of academic painting in favor of loose, visible strokes that suggested movement and light. Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas used rapid, fragmented brushstrokes to capture fleeting moments, making their paintings appear vibrant and alive. Their use of pure, unmixed colors applied side by side created optical blending, allowing the viewer's eye to merge the hues rather than relying on traditional shading techniques. The development of portable oil paints also contributed to this shift, enabling artists to paint outdoors or en plein air, rather than in a controlled studio environment. This allowed them to observe natural light more directly and respond to its changing qualities in real time. The Impressionists often painted at different times of the day to explore how sunlight affected colors and atmosphere, as seen in Monet's Haystacks and Rouen Cathedral series. This approach contrasted sharply with the carefully planned compositions of academic painting. Post-Impressionist artists took these innovations further by experimenting with form, color, and emotion. Vincent van Gogh, for example, applied thick, swirling brushstrokes in his paintings, using exaggerated color to convey intense psychological states rather than simply representing reality. His technique of impasto, where paint is applied in thick layers, created a textured surface that added depth and energy to his work. Similarly, Paul Gauguin abandoned realistic color altogether, favoring bold, unnatural hues and simplified forms to express mood and symbolism, as seen in Vision After the Sermon and Where Do We Come From? Another major break from traditional techniques came with the emergence of pointillism, pioneered by Georges Seurat. Rather than using blended brushstrokes, Seurat meticulously applied tiny dots of pure color, which combined in the viewer's eye to create a luminous effect. His scientific approach to color theory challenged conventional methods of mixing and shading, offering a new way of constructing images. Ultimately, the break from traditional techniques represented a shift from precise representation to artistic innovation and personal expression. By rejecting academic norms, artists expanded the possibilities of painting, paving the way for the abstract and avant-garde movements of the 20th century. Key Impressionist artists and their works. Impressionism, which emerged in the late 19th century, was shaped by a group of innovative artists who sought to break away from academic traditions and capture the fleeting effects of light, movement, and modern life. These painters revolutionized art with their loose brushwork, vibrant colors, and focus on everyday scenes. Among the most influential figures were Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, Camille Pissarro, and Berthe Morisot, each of whom contributed uniquely to the movement through their distinctive styles and subject matter. Claude Monet is often considered the father of Impressionism, and his painting Impression Sunrise, 1872, gave the movement its name. Monet was fascinated by light and its changing qualities, which he explored through a series of works depicting haystacks, water lilies, and the facade of Rouen Cathedral at different times of the day. His Water Lilies series, painted in his garden at Giverny, exemplifies his ability to dissolve forms into shimmering colors, creating an almost abstract effect. His quick, fragmented brushstrokes and use of pure, unmixed colors became hallmarks of Impressionist technique. Pierre-Auguste Renoir focused on capturing the beauty of human interaction, often painting scenes of leisure and social gatherings. His masterpiece, Luncheon of the Boating Party, 1881, portrays a lively group of friends enjoying a meal by the Seine, with warm, dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. Renoir's soft brushwork and luminous color palette created a sense of warmth and intimacy, reflecting his belief that art should celebrate life's joys. His portraits, such as Dance at Le Moulin de la Galette, 1876, highlight his ability to depict movement and atmosphere with remarkable fluidity. Edgar Degas brought a unique perspective to Impressionism by focusing on composition, movement, and unusual angles. Best known for his ballet paintings, such as The Dance Class, 1874, and Dancers in Blue, 1890, Degas captured the grace and energy of performers, often portraying them in candid, behind-the-scenes moments. His use of pastels and innovative cropping techniques, influenced by photography and Japanese prints, set him apart from his peers. Unlike Monet and Renoir, he often worked indoors and was more concerned with structure and line than with capturing natural light. Camille Pissarro, the only Impressionist to exhibit in all 8 Impressionist exhibitions, played a crucial role in uniting the group. He painted urban and rural scenes with a keen eye for atmosphere and perspective, as seen in Boulevard Montmartre at Night, 1897. His later work incorporated elements of pointillism, demonstrating his openness to new techniques. Berthe Morisot, one of the few female Impressionists, brought a delicate yet dynamic touch to the movement. Her paintings, such as The Cradle, 1872, and Summer's Day, 1879, often depicted women in domestic and outdoor settings with loose, fluid brushstrokes. She captured intimate moments with sensitivity, challenging the male-dominated art world and earning recognition for her contributions. Together, these artists redefined artistic conventions, using innovative techniques to convey modern life's vibrancy and movement. Their work laid the foundation for future developments in modern art, inspiring generations of artists to push the boundaries of representation and expression. Post-Impressionism, a new direction. Post-Impressionism emerged in the late 19th century as a response to Impressionism, with artists seeking to move beyond its focus on light and atmosphere. While Impressionists captured fleeting moments with loose brushwork and vibrant colors, Post-Impressionists aimed to infuse their work with deeper meaning, structure, and emotional intensity. They retained the use of bold color and expressive techniques, but rejected the spontaneity of Impressionism in favor of more deliberate composition and symbolic content. This movement laid the groundwork for later modernist styles, including Fauvism, Cubism, and Expressionism. One of the key figures of Post-Impressionism was Paul Cézanne, who sought to bring order and solidity to Impressionist techniques. He believed that nature could be reduced to basic geometric forms, an idea that would later influence Cubism. In works such as Mont Sainte-Victoire and The Basket of Apples, Cézanne used small, repetitive brushstrokes to build up forms, creating a sense of depth and structure. His approach rejected traditional linear perspective, allowing multiple viewpoints within a single composition. Vincent van Gogh took a more emotional and expressive approach, using vivid color and bold brushwork to convey inner turmoil and psychological depth. His paintings, such as Starry Night and The Night Café, are characterized by swirling patterns and exaggerated colors that go beyond realism to capture intense feelings. Van Gogh's thick application of paint, known as impasto, created textured surfaces that added to the dynamic energy of his work. Though he struggled with mental illness and gained little recognition during his lifetime, his visionary style had a profound impact on modern art. Paul Gauguin, another leading post-impressionist, rejected both realism and impressionism in favor of a more symbolic approach. Seeking inspiration beyond Western society, he traveled to Tahiti, where he created works like Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? His use of flat, simplified forms and intense, unnatural colors helped develop the style known as synthetism, which emphasized the artist's imagination over direct observation. Gauguin's work influenced later movements such as symbolism and primitivism. Georges Seurat introduced a scientific approach to color and composition with his technique of pointillism, in which small dots of pure color are applied to the canvas and blend optically in the viewer's eye. His masterpiece, A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, demonstrates this method, creating a structured yet vibrant scene. Seurat's meticulous technique contrasted with the expressive brushwork of Van Gogh and Gauguin, yet his focus on color theory and composition had a lasting influence on modern art. Post-Impressionism marked a turning point in art history as artists moved beyond the fleeting impressions of their predecessors to explore new ways of structuring form, expressing emotion, and using color. Their innovations paved the way for the bold artistic experiments of the 20th century, shaping the evolution of modern art. Vincent van Gogh, Paul Gauguin, and Cézanne. Vincent van Gogh, Paul Gauguin, and Paul Cézanne were three of the most influential artists of the post-impressionist movement, each contributing to the evolution of modern art in distinct ways. While they all rejected the fleeting impressions of Impressionism, their artistic approaches differed significantly. Van Gogh expressed deep emotion through bold colors and dramatic brushstrokes. Gauguin sought symbolism and primitivism, and Cézanne focused on structure and form. Their groundbreaking techniques laid the foundation for 20th century movements such as Expressionism, Fauvism, and Cubism. Vincent van Gogh is perhaps the most well-known post-impressionist due to his expressive and emotionally charged paintings. His work was defined by thick, impasto brushstrokes and a vivid, exaggerated color palette that conveyed psychological intensity. Despite struggling with mental illness and only selling one painting during his lifetime, he created masterpieces such as Starry Night, The Night Café, and Sunflowers, which reflect his unique perception of the world. Van Gogh's use of color was deeply symbolic. He often associated particular hues with emotions, using swirling blues and yellows to create a sense of movement and turmoil. His ability to translate inner feelings onto canvas would later inspire the Expressionist movement. Paul Gauguin took a different approach, rejecting Western realism in favor of bold colors, simplified forms, and symbolic content. Dissatisfied with European society, he traveled to Tahiti, where he painted works like Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? And The Yellow Christ. Gauguin's technique, known as synthetism, emphasized imagination over direct observation, using flat planes of color and heavy outlines to create dreamlike compositions. He was also drawn to non-Western cultures, seeking inspiration in indigenous art and spirituality. His exploration of primitive aesthetics influenced later movements such as Fauvism and Primitivism, pushing artists to explore art beyond traditional European conventions. Paul Cézanne, often regarded as the bridge between post-impressionism and cubism, focused on structure, form, and multiple perspectives. Unlike Van Gogh and Gauguin, who emphasized emotion and symbolism, Cézanne was concerned with the fundamental shapes underlying nature. His famous series of Mont Sainte-Victoire landscapes and the basket of apples demonstrate his use of geometric simplification, where objects are broken down into cylinders, spheres, and cones. Cézanne's approach to perspective was radical. Rather than adhering to a single viewpoint, he allowed multiple angles to coexist in one painting. This innovative technique influenced Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, leading to the development of Cubism. Though Van Gogh, Gauguin, and Cézanne had different artistic goals, their revolutionary ideas transformed modern art. By breaking away from Impressionism's focus on capturing fleeting moments, they opened new paths for artists to explore emotion, structure, and abstraction. Their contributions continue to shape artistic movements and inspire generations of painters. The role of light, color, and brushstroke. The use of light, color, and brushstroke played a fundamental role in the evolution of modern art, particularly in the Impressionist and Post-Impressionist movements. Artists sought to break away from traditional academic techniques, using these elements not only to capture the visual world, but also to express movement, emotion, and atmosphere. By experimenting with new ways of applying paint and manipulating light and color, they transformed the way art was perceived and created, paving the way for the abstract and expressive movements of the 20th century. Impressionist artists revolutionized the depiction of light by moving away from the chiaroscuro techniques of the past, which relied on strong contrast between light and dark. Instead, they focused on how light changed throughout the day, using small, rapid brushstrokes to capture its fleeting effects. Claude Monet, for example, painted the same subject multiple times under different lighting conditions, as seen in his Haystacks and Rouen Cathedral series. The goal was to convey the vibrancy and shifting nature of light rather than create a fixed, static representation. This emphasis on natural illumination gave Impressionist paintings an airy, dynamic quality, making them feel more alive and immediate. Color also became a critical tool for these artists as they moved away from the restrained palettes of academic painting. Impressionists used pure, unmixed colors applied side by side, relying on optical blending rather than traditional shading. This technique, known as color juxtaposition, allowed the eye to mix the colors, creating a shimmering effect. Pierre-Auguste Renoir and Edgar Degas used this approach to depict lively scenes of Parisian life, capturing the vibrancy of social interactions and movement. Their bold use of color enhanced the emotional and atmospheric impact of their work, making everyday scenes appear more luminous and expressive. Post-Impressionist painters took these innovations further by using color expressively rather than merely to depict reality. Vincent van Gogh, for instance, used intense, exaggerated colors to convey emotion. In Starry Night, swirling blues and yellows create a sense of turbulence and energy, reflecting his inner turmoil. Paul Gauguin, on the other hand, abandoned naturalistic color altogether, opting for flat, unnatural hues to symbolize spiritual and mythical themes. His Vision After the Sermon features a striking red background, emphasizing the dreamlike nature of the scene. Brushstroke technique also evolved significantly during this period. Impressionists used short, quick strokes to suggest movement and light, while Post-Impressionists explored heavier, fast, more expressive applications of paint. Van Gogh's thick impasto technique created a rich texture, adding to the emotional intensity of his work. Cézanne, meanwhile, used methodical, structured brushstrokes to build form and depth, laying the foundation for Cubism. Together, these innovations in light, color, and brushstroke reshaped artistic expression, allowing painters to move beyond mere representation and toward a more personal, interpretive approach. These elements became the building blocks of modern art, influencing generations of artists who sought to push the boundaries of visual storytelling. Chapter 3: The Rise of Avant-Garde Movements. As the 20th century approached, a wave of radical artistic experimentation gave rise to avant-garde movements that challenged traditional notions of art. Impressionism and post-impressionism had already broken away from academic realism, but artists sought to push these innovations even further. The avant-garde, meaning advanced guard or vanguard, was a term used to describe those who explored new techniques, unconventional themes, and bold expressions. Movements such as Fauvism, Cubism, Futurism, and Expressionism emerged, each reshaping the artistic landscape and paving the way for modernism. Fauvism, one of the first major avant-garde movements of the 20th century, was led by Henri Matisse and André Derain. Characterized by intense, non-naturalistic colors and loose brushwork, Fauvist paintings rejected realistic representation in favor of pure emotional expression. Works like Matisse's The Joy of Life and Derain's Charing Cross Bridge used bold, unnatural colors to create energy and mood, rather than depict the world as it appeared. Fauvism's emphasis on color as an independent force influenced later abstract movements. At the same time, Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque pioneered Cubism, a movement that redefined perspective and form. Instead of portraying subjects from a single viewpoint, Cubist artists fragmented objects into geometric shapes and depicted multiple angles simultaneously. Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, marked a turning point in modern art, breaking with traditional forms and drawing inspiration from African and Iberian sculpture. Braque's Violin and Candlestick exemplified Cubism's analytical phase, where objects were dissected into interlocking planes. The movement evolved into synthetic Cubism, which incorporated collage elements and simplified forms, influencing later developments in abstraction. Futurism, which emerged in Italy under the influence of Filippo Tommaso Marinetti's 1909 manifesto, celebrated speed, technology, and modernity. Futurist artists such as Umberto Boccioni and Giacomo Balla used dynamic compositions to convey movement and energy. Boccioni's unique forms of continuity in space, 1913, captured the sensation of a figure striding forward, embodying the futurist fascination with progress. Their art sought to break free from the past, embracing the mechanized world of the future. Meanwhile, Expressionism arose in Germany and Austria, focusing on raw emotion and distorted forms to convey inner turmoil. Artists like Edvard Munch, Egon Schiele, and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner used exaggerated lines, bold colors, and unsettling compositions to reflect psychological and social anxieties. Munch's The Scream, 1893, epitomized the movement's emotional intensity, portraying existential dread through swirling colors and stark contrasts. The rise of avant-garde movements marked a turning point in art history, as artists moved beyond representation to explore abstraction, movement, and psychological depth. These radical innovations would continue to evolve, leading to even more experimental styles in the decades to come. Defining the avant-garde. The term avant-garde refers to artists and movements that push the boundaries of traditional art, challenging conventions and introducing new forms of expression. Derived from a French military term meaning advance guard, the avant-garde in art signifies those who experiment with radical ideas, often provoking controversy and reshaping artistic norms. The concept became particularly significant in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as artists rejected academic traditions in favor of bold, innovative approaches that reflected the rapidly changing world. Avant-garde art is characterized by its rejection of established aesthetic rules, often seeking to disrupt conventional notions of beauty, perspective, and representation. This spirit of rebellion was evident in movements such as Impressionism and Post-Impressionism, where artists like Claude Monet and Vincent van Gogh broke away from rigid realism in favor of personal vision and expressive technique. However, the avant-garde truly gained momentum in the early 20th century with movements such as Fauvism, Cubism, Futurism, and Expressionism, each of which sought to redefine artistic language in radical ways. One key aspect of the avant-garde is its engagement with modernity. The rapid industrialization and urbanization of the late 19th and early 20th centuries profoundly influenced artists, leading them to depict the fast-paced, mechanized world in new and dynamic ways. The Futurists, for example, celebrated speed, movement, and technology, rejecting nostalgia and tradition. In works such as Umberto Boccioni's unique forms of continuity in space, the human figure is transformed into an aerodynamic, almost mechanical form, symbolizing the energy of the modern era. Similarly, Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, challenged traditional perspective by fragmenting objects into geometric shapes, presenting multiple viewpoints within a single composition. Another defining characteristic of the avant-garde is its emphasis on individual expression and emotional depth. Expressionist artists like Edvard Munch and Egon Schiele used distortion, exaggerated colors, and bold lines to convey psychological intensity and inner turmoil. Munch's The Scream, with its swirling sky and agonized figure, became an icon of existential anxiety, illustrating the avant-garde's departure from realism in favor of emotional resonance. The avant-garde also extended beyond painting, influencing literature, music, and performance art. Dadaism and Surrealism, for instance, challenged not only artistic traditions, but also societal norms, incorporating absurdity, chance, and dreamlike imagery. These movements questioned the very purpose of art, arguing that it should provoke thought and defy expectations. By continuously pushing the limits of artistic expression, the avant-garde reshaped the trajectory of modern art. It rejected complacency, encouraged experimentation, and embraced new ideas, ensuring that art remained dynamic and responsive to the cultural and political shifts of the time. Symbolism and Art Nouveau. Symbolism and Art Nouveau emerged in the late 19th century as artistic movements that rejected industrial modernity's emphasis on rationality and progress. While symbolism was rooted in literature and painting, focusing on dreams, myths, and emotional depth, Art Nouveau extended into architecture, design, and decorative arts, embracing organic forms and intricate patterns. Both movements sought to create art that transcended mere representation, emphasizing beauty, imagination, and a deeper, often mystical connection to the world. Symbolism developed as a reaction against both realism and impressionism, which focused on external reality and sensory experience. Instead, symbolist artists turned inward, using imagery to evoke emotions, ideas, and spiritual concepts. They sought to depict the unseen, dreams, fears, and subconscious desires, rather than the physical world. This movement was heavily influenced by poetry and literature, particularly the works of Charles Baudelaire, Stéphane Mallarmé, and Edgar Allan Poe, which explored themes of decadence, melancholy, and the supernatural. In painting, symbolism was characterized by an emphasis on mood, abstraction, and personal interpretation. Artists like Gustave Moreau, Odilon Redon, and Fernand Knauf created works filled with mythical figures, mysterious landscapes, and enigmatic compositions. Moreau's paintings, such as Jupiter and Semele, featured intricate details and fantastical imagery, while Redon's dreamlike pastels and lithographs, such as the Cyclops, blended reality with the surreal. These artists used color, form, and subject matter to evoke deep psychological and emotional responses rather than to depict concrete narratives. Parallel to symbolism, Art Nouveau flourished as a decorative arts movement that embraced flowing lines, organic shapes, and intricate ornamentation. It sought to unify art with everyday life, influencing architecture, furniture, glasswork, and graphic design. Art Nouveau was inspired by natural forms such as plants, flowers, and insects, as well as Japanese art, which had gained popularity in Europe. Architects and designers aimed to break away from historical styles and create a modern aesthetic that was both functional and beautiful. Key figures in Art Nouveau included Alphonse Mucha, Antoni Gaudí, and Gustav Klimt. Mucha's poster designs, with their elegant female figures, curving lines, and elaborate floral patterns, became iconic representations of the movement. Gaudí's architectural masterpieces, such as Casa Batlló and Sagrada Familia, incorporated organic shapes and vibrant mosaics, transforming buildings into works of art. Klimt, blending symbolism and Art Nouveau, created lavish, decorative paintings like The Kiss, characterized by intricate patterns, gold leaf, and sensual imagery. Both symbolism and Art Nouveau sought to elevate art beyond the mundane, celebrating imagination, beauty, and emotion. While symbolism influenced later movements like Surrealism and Expressionism, Art Nouveau's aesthetic innovations shaped modern design and architecture, leaving a lasting impact on visual culture. The role of exhibitions and salons. Exhibitions and salons played a crucial role in the development and recognition of modern art, serving as platforms where artists could showcase their work to the public, critics, and collectors. These venues helped shape artistic movements, foster debate, and challenge traditional standards of beauty and technique. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, both official and independent exhibitions influenced the trajectory of modern art by providing visibility for emerging styles and artists who defied academic norms. The most prestigious exhibition in 19th century France was the Paris Salon, an annual or biennial show organized by the Académie des Beaux-Arts. The Salon, founded in 1667, upheld strict artistic standards based on classical ideals, favoring historical, mythological, and religious subjects painted in a highly detailed, realistic style. For decades, acceptance into the Salon was essential for an artist's career, as it provided critical exposure and validation from the art establishment. However, the rigid standards of the Salon increasingly alienated artists experimenting with new styles, leading to the rise of alternative exhibitions. One of the most significant reactions against the Salon came in 1863 with the Salon des Refusés, Salon of the Rejected, an exhibition organized by Emperor Napoleon III to display works that had been rejected by the official Salon. Among the exhibited paintings was Édouard Manet's Le Déjeuner sur l'herbe, a work that shocked audiences with its modern subject matter and bold composition. The Salon des Refusés marked a turning point, demonstrating that the public had an appetite for innovative art and challenging the Académie's authority. As the 19th century progressed, independent exhibitions became more prominent. The Impressionists, frustrated with the constraints of the Salon, organized their own exhibitions starting in 1874. Held in the studio of photographer Nadar, the first Impressionist exhibition featured works by Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and others. Monet's painting, Impression Sunrise, gave the movement its name, as critics used Impressionism derogatorily to describe the loose, unfinished style of the works. Despite initial criticism, these exhibitions allowed the Impressionists to establish their artistic identity outside academic institutions. In the early 20th century, avant-garde movements such as Fauvism, Cubism, and Surrealism gained visibility through independent exhibitions. Events like the Armory Show in New York, 1913, introduced European modernism to an American audience, featuring works by artists like Pablo Picasso, Henri Matisse, and Marcel Duchamp. The shock and controversy surrounding these exhibitions only increased public interest, helping modern art gain wider acceptance. By breaking away from academic institutions and traditional salons, independent exhibitions provided artists with creative freedom and reshaped the art world. They became essential for the promotion of new styles, allowing movements like Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, and the avant-garde to flourish and redefine artistic expression. The influence of Japanese art, Japanism. In the late 19th century, Japanese art profoundly influenced Western artists, sparking a movement known as Japanism. This fascination with Japanese aesthetics reshaped European painting, printmaking, decorative arts, and even architecture. The influx of Japanese prints, ceramics, textiles, and lacquerware introduced new compositional approaches, color schemes, and subject matter that significantly departed from Western artistic traditions. Japanism not only contributed to the development of Impressionism and Post-Impressionism, but also played a crucial role in the rise of Art Nouveau. The opening of Japan to international trade in the 1850s, following more than 2 centuries of isolation, allowed Japanese art to flow into Europe. World's fairs and international exhibitions displayed Japanese objects, and traders in cities like Paris and London began selling woodblock prints known as ukiyo-e, pictures of the floating world. These prints, featuring bold colors, asymmetrical compositions, and stylized forms, captivated Western artists who were eager to break away from rigid academic traditions. One of the most influential Japanese artists was Katsushika Hokusai, whose iconic print, The Great Wave off Kanagawa, became widely admired in Europe. Similarly, Utagawa Hiroshige's landscape series, such as 100 Famous Views of Edo, introduced Western artists to innovative perspectives and simplified forms. Unlike traditional European paintings that emphasized linear perspective and shading, Japanese prints often featured flat areas of color, cropped compositions, and a lack of deep perspective, techniques that Western artists quickly adopted. The impact of Japanism is evident in the works of Claude Monet, who avidly collected Japanese prints and incorporated their aesthetic into his paintings. His series of water lilies and Japanese bridges at Giverny reflect the influence of ukiyo-e through their emphasis on nature, flattened planes, and delicate color harmonies. Vincent van Gogh was another artist deeply inspired by Japanese art, as seen in his paintings, The Flowering Orchard and Bridge in the Rain, which mimic the bold outlines and vibrant palettes of ukiyo-e. Van Gogh even copied Hiroshige's prints directly, adapting their stylized approach to his expressive brushwork. Japanism also influenced Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec and the development of modern poster art. Inspired by the flat colors and dynamic compositions of ukiyo-e, Lautrec's advertisements for Parisian cabarets, such as Moulin Rouge La Goulue, used strong silhouettes and asymmetrical layouts that mirrored Japanese prints. This aesthetic later contributed to the emergence of Art Nouveau, which embraced organic forms and decorative elegance. Beyond painting, Japanism influenced furniture design, ceramics, and fashion, spreading across various artistic disciplines. By introducing new visual strategies and a fresh approach to composition, Japanese art played a pivotal role in modernizing Western aesthetics, helping shape the evolution of modern art in profound and lasting ways. The connection between art and literature. Art and literature have long been intertwined, influencing and inspiring each other across different historical periods and artistic movements. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, this connection became especially profound as writers and visual artists explored similar themes, aesthetics, and philosophical ideas. Symbolism, Romanticism, and Surrealism are just a few of the artistic movements that demonstrate how literature and art evolved together, each shaping the other's development and expression. During the Romantic era, both literature and painting emphasized individual emotion, nature, and the sublime. Poets such as William Wordsworth and Lord Byron wrote about personal experience, imagination, and the power of nature, themes that also appeared in the works of Romantic painters like Caspar David Friedrich and J.M.W. Turner. Friedrich's landscapes, such as Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, captured the introspective and mystical qualities of Romantic poetry, depicting solitary figures contemplating vast, dramatic landscapes. Similarly, Turner's dynamic and atmospheric seascapes mirrored the emotional intensity found in Romantic literature. By the late 19th century, symbolism had emerged as a literary and artistic movement that rejected realism in favor of dreamlike imagery, mythological references, and the expression of deeper psychological states. Poets such as Charles Baudelaire, Stéphane Mallarmé, and Edgar Allan Poe created works filled with mystery, symbolism, and a sense of the uncanny. Their writing profoundly influenced painters like Gustave Moreau, Odilon Redon, and Fernand Knauf, who sought to visualize poetic ideas through evocative colors, allegorical figures, and fantastical subjects. Redon's paintings and pastels, often inspired by Poe's writings, translated literary themes of darkness and imagination into haunting, surreal images. The early 20th century saw the rise of Surrealism, a movement that actively sought to merge visual art and literature. Inspired by the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud, surrealist writers and painters explored the subconscious, dreams, and irrationality. André Breton, the leader of the surrealist movement, was both a writer and an art theorist, emphasizing the importance of automatic writing and free association in artistic creation. Salvador Dalí, René Magritte, and Max Ernst brought these ideas to painting, creating bizarre and dreamlike compositions that reflected the fragmented, often illogical narratives found in surrealist poetry and prose. Art and literature have continuously shared a symbiotic relationship, influencing one another's evolution and challenging traditional boundaries of expression. Whether through romantic poetry, inspiring dramatic landscapes, symbolist literature shaping mystical and dreamlike paintings, or surrealist writers and painters collaborating on manifestos, the fusion of words and images has played a crucial role in the history of modern art. This interplay continues in contemporary art, where multimedia and conceptual works blur the lines between visual and literary expression, keeping the dialogue between art and literature alive. Chapter 4: The Birth of Abstraction. The early 20th century marked a radical shift in artistic expression with the emergence of abstraction, a movement that broke away from traditional representation in favor of pure form, color, and composition. This development was fueled by a desire to move beyond the depiction of the physical world and instead explore the emotional, spiritual, and intellectual dimensions of art. Influenced by scientific discoveries, philosophy, and music, abstract art revolutionized modern artistic practice and paved the way for countless new movements. One of the key pioneers of abstraction was Wassily Kandinsky, a Russian painter who believed that art should evoke emotions in the same way that music does. Kandinsky's early works, such as Composition 7, 1913, abandoned recognizable figures and landscapes in favor of expressive color arrangements and dynamic shapes. He argued that colors and forms had inherent emotional and spiritual qualities, and his theories, outlined in Concerning the Spiritual in Art, 1911, became a foundation for abstract art. At the same time, Kazimir Malevich was developing suprematism, a style that reduced painting to its most essential geometric forms. His famous work, Black Square, 1915, exemplified this approach, presenting a simple black square on a white background as a statement on the purity of art. Malevich's radical ideas sought to free painting from the constraints of realism and subject matter, emphasizing pure artistic feeling. Another significant figure was Piet Mondrian, who, through his movement De Stijl, refined abstraction into a precise mathematical approach. Mondrian's compositions, such as Composition with Red, Blue, and Yellow, 1930, featured a strict arrangement of vertical and horizontal lines with primary colors, reflecting his belief in universal harmony and order. His theories influenced not only painting but also architecture and design, demonstrating the broad impact of abstraction. The rise of abstraction was also shaped by Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and George Braque. While Cubism did not fully abandon representation, it fragmented and reassembled objects into geometric forms, challenging traditional perspective. Over time, this approach evolved into pure abstraction, inspiring later movements like constructivism, futurism, and abstract expressionism. As abstraction gained momentum, it faced both criticism and praise. Traditionalists dismissed it as meaningless, while avant-garde circles embraced its revolutionary potential. Despite early resistance, abstraction became one of the most significant artistic developments of the 20th century, laying the foundation for modern and contemporary art. By removing the need for direct representation, abstract artists opened new possibilities for creative expression, allowing art to communicate on a purely visual and emotional level. The transition from representation to abstraction. The shift from representational art to abstraction was one of the most significant transformations in modern art, driven by changes in philosophy, technology, and artistic experimentation. While art had long been concerned with depicting the visible world, the early 20th century saw a movement toward non-representational forms that emphasized color, shape, and composition over recognizable subjects. This transition did not happen abruptly, but evolved gradually through the innovations of various artistic movements. One of the first major challenges to traditional representation came with Impressionism in the late 19th century. Artists such as Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir moved away from the detailed realism of academic painting, instead capturing fleeting moments and the effects of light with loose brushstrokes. This approach suggested a growing interest in subjective perception rather than objective reality. Post-Impressionists like Vincent van Gogh and Paul Cézanne further pushed this idea, using bold colors, expressive textures, and simplified forms that paved the way for abstraction. Cézanne, in particular, experimented with reducing natural objects to geometric shapes, influencing later abstract movements. With the rise of Cubism, led by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, the breakdown of traditional representation accelerated. Rather than depicting objects from a single viewpoint, Cubist artists fragmented forms into geometric planes, creating compositions that emphasize structure over realism. While early Cubism still retained elements of recognizable figures and objects, later variations, such as analytical Cubism, pushed toward near-total abstraction, focusing on form and spatial relationships rather than accurate depictions of reality. At the same time, artists began exploring the emotional and symbolic potential of color and shape. Wassily Kandinsky, often credited as one of the first purely abstract painters, believed that art should communicate directly to the soul, much like music. His paintings, such as Composition Sefet's 1913, abandoned traditional subjects in favor of swirling colors and dynamic shapes meant to evoke emotions. He argued that art did not need to represent the physical world, but could instead express inner experiences and spiritual concepts. Another key figure in the transition to abstraction was Kazimir Malevich, whose suprematist works reduced painting to its most essential forms. His Black Square, 1915, was a radical statement presenting a completely abstract image that rejected any reference to the external world. Similarly, Piet Mondrian's geometric compositions, which focused on primary colors and strict grids, sought to create a universal visual language based on balance and harmony. By the 1920s and 1930s, abstraction had firmly established itself as a dominant force in modern art. While some artists continued to explore partial abstraction, others fully embraced non-representational forms, leading to later movements such as abstract expressionism. This transition marked a fundamental change in the purpose of art, shifting its focus from imitation to pure visual and emotional expression. Cubism, Picasso and Braque. Cubism, one of the most revolutionary movements in modern art, was pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque in the early 20th century. This groundbreaking style reshaped the way artists represented the world, moving away from traditional perspectives and linear depictions toward fragmented, multidimensional compositions. Cubism was an intellectual and artistic challenge that radically questioned established norms of representation and spatial understanding. The roots of Cubism can be traced back to the innovations of Cézanne, who in his later works reduced natural forms to basic geometric shapes like spheres, cones, and cylinders. Picasso and Braque were deeply influenced by these ideas, and in their collaborations, they expanded on them by taking objects apart and presenting multiple viewpoints in a single canvas. This approach allowed them to depict the subject from various angles simultaneously, creating a sense of dynamic movement within a static frame. The first phase of Cubism, known as analytical Cubism, was characterized by the fragmentation of forms into geometric shapes and the use of muted colors. Both Picasso and Braque deconstructed objects like bottles, musical instruments, and figures, breaking them into flat, overlapping planes. These fragmented representations had no clear front or back, challenging the conventional notion of perspective that had dominated art for centuries. Instead of representing a subject from a fixed viewpoint, analytical cubism allowed for the simultaneous depiction of multiple perspectives. Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, a precursor to cubism, displayed distorted forms and fragmented planes, foreshadowing the radical shift in artistic direction. In the second phase, known as synthetic cubism, the artists moved towards simpler shapes and more vibrant colors. They began incorporating elements of collage, using materials such as newspapers, wallpapers, and labels to create textured surfaces and layered compositions. This phase emphasized the construction of form rather than the deconstruction seen in analytical cubism. Works like Picasso's Guitar, 1912, and Braque's Violin and Candlestick, 1910, exemplify this shift, where objects became more recognizable and the use of texture and real-world materials brought a new depth to their work. Through Cubism, Picasso and Braque revolutionized not only painting but also the broader understanding of space, time, and form in art. Their work questioned traditional conventions of representation, breaking down reality into its most basic components while opening up new ways to think about the visual world. Cubism laid the groundwork for many future movements such as Futurism, Constructivism, and Abstract Expressionism, and remains one of the defining styles of modern art. Futurism and the celebration of modernity. Futurism was an early 20th century avant-garde movement that emerged in Italy and celebrated the dynamism, speed, and technological innovations of modern life. Established in 1909 by poet Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, who wrote the Futurist Manifesto, the movement sought to break from the past and embrace a new era defined by industrialization, mechanization, and urbanization. Artists associated with Futurism were eager to reject traditional artistic forms and instead sought to capture the energy and movement of modern life through their work. Futurism was heavily influenced by the rapid changes occurring in society during the early 20th century. Industrial advancements, the rise of cities, and innovations in transportation, like the automobile and airplane, were transforming daily life. Futurists viewed these developments as symbols of progress and power, embracing a vision of the future that was fast-paced, aggressive, and constantly evolving. This attitude was reflected in their art, which aimed to break free from the static representations of the past and embrace the frenetic energy of the modern world. In painting, Futurist artists like Giacomo Balla, Umberto Boccioni, and Carlo Carrà focused on depicting motion and speed, emphasizing the dynamic aspects of modern life. Boccioni's Unique Forms of Continuity in Space, 1913, a sculpture, is one of the most iconic works of Futurism, showcasing the movement and fluidity of the human figure in an industrial age. In this work, Boccioni captured a figure striding forward, its body fragmented and reshaped in a way that suggested continuous motion, reflecting the artist's desire to convey energy and modernity in a physical form. Balla's Dynamism of a Dog on a Leash, 1912, similarly depicted the rapid movement of a dog and its owner, using overlapping images and lines to convey speed. Futurism was not limited to painting and sculpture. It also influenced literature, architecture, and design. The Futurists celebrated modern technology and sought to infuse it into all areas of life, including their aesthetic choices. They were particularly enthusiastic about the mechanization of the world, often portraying machines and vehicles as symbols of strength and power. This enthusiasm led to the creation of bold, dynamic works in both visual art and literary forms, with Marinetti's own poetry evoking the sounds and sensations of machinery and speed. Despite its radical approach, Futurism was controversial. Its embrace of technology, industrialization, and war, as well as its disdain for traditional art forms, led to tension with other artists and critics. Some Futurists even supported the rise of fascism in Italy, which further alienated them from other avant-garde groups. Nonetheless, Futurism was a pivotal moment in the development of modern art, serving as a precursor to later movements like Abstract Expressionism and constructivism, and its influence can still be seen in the celebration of technology and movement in contemporary art and design. Kandinsky and the spiritual in art. Wassily Kandinsky, a pioneering figure in the development of abstract art, believed that art could transcend the physical world and connect with the spiritual realm. His deep conviction that color, form, and composition could express profound emotional and spiritual truths led him to become one of the first artists to fully embrace abstraction as a means of communication. Kandinsky's exploration of the spiritual in art was not merely an aesthetic pursuit. It was a reflection of his belief in the transformative power of art to elevate the human soul. Kandinsky's spiritual journey was influenced by his background in law and economics, but it was his interest in philosophy, mysticism, and music that ultimately shaped his artistic vision. He was particularly inspired by the idea that art should communicate directly with the viewer's inner self, similar to how music could evoke emotions without relying on physical representation. His approach to painting aimed to evoke the same kind of pure emotional response, bypassing the intellectual interpretation that often accompanies representational art. In his seminal work, Concerning the Spiritual in Art, 1911, Kandinsky laid out his theories on the connection between art and the spiritual. He argued that the true purpose of art was to express the artist's inner vision and to tap into universal truths that resonate with all human beings. For Kandinsky, art should not simply reflect the external world, but should instead be an expression of the soul's inner life. He believed that color and form had inherent spiritual properties and could evoke specific emotional responses. Kandinsky often used bold, vivid colors and dynamic shapes in his abstract works to convey these emotional and spiritual states. Kandinsky's use of abstraction was a deliberate break from traditional representational art. His iconic works, such as Composition 7, 1913, are filled with swirling, energetic lines and vibrant colors that suggest a sense of movement and spiritual awakening. In these works, Kandinsky moved away from the depiction of objects and figures, instead using abstract forms to symbolize deeper metaphysical ideas. For instance, his use of geometric shapes like circles, triangles, and squares was meant to represent the basic building blocks of the universe and convey a sense of harmony and balance. Through his work, Kandinsky sought to create a new visual language that would speak directly to the viewer's soul, bypassing the constraints of the material world. His emphasis on the spiritual in art was a major influence on the development of abstract art in the 20th century, and his legacy continues to inspire artists who seek to explore the deeper, more universal aspects of the human experience through non-representational means. The role of geometry and form. Geometry and form played a central role in the evolution of modern art, particularly in the development of abstract movements. Artists began to move away from traditional representations of the world, favoring instead the use of geometric shapes, lines, and forms to convey deeper meaning and explore the fundamental structures of both the visual world and the universe. This shift was not only a technical change, but also a conceptual one, as artists sought to distill reality into its most essential elements, removing the clutter of representational detail in favor of clarity, purity, and universal expression. In the early 20th century, artists like Wassily Kandinsky, Piet Mondrian, and Kazimir Malevich found new ways of using geometry and form to communicate complex ideas. Kandinsky, for example, believed that certain forms and colors had inherent spiritual qualities and could evoke specific emotions. His work often featured geometric shapes like circles, triangles, and lines, which were not just decorative elements, but carriers of emotional and symbolic meaning. He argued that these shapes could reflect the inner life of the artist and evoke a connection between the viewer's soul and the deeper truths of existence. Piet Mondrian took this exploration further with his De Stijl movement, where he pared down his compositions to a strict use of horizontal and vertical lines and primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, on a white background. Mondrian's grid-like compositions sought to create harmony and balance, representing a universal order that transcended the chaos of the natural world. His works were not intended to represent anything physical, but rather to evoke a sense of spiritual equilibrium through the precise arrangement of shapes and colors. The grid in Mondrian's vision was a metaphor for a universal structure that governed both nature and human experience. Similarly, Kazimir Malevich introduced the concept of suprematism, which sought to move beyond the figurative world to focus solely on pure form. In his landmark work Black Square, 1915, Malevich stripped away all representational elements, leaving behind a simple black square on a white background. For Malevich, this geometric form represented the ultimate expression of art, pure, unmediated, and free from external references. He believed that the square symbolized a kind of spiritual and metaphysical clarity, with its sharp lines and simplicity offering an abstract representation of truth and transcendence. The use of geometry in modern art represented a desire to connect with the deeper structures of reality, reflecting the artist's attempts to express universal truths and explore the hidden forces that govern both the physical and metaphysical realms. Through the manipulation of form, abstraction allowed artists to move beyond mere depiction, creating works that engaged with emotion, spirituality, and the essence of human experience. Chapter 5: Dada and Surrealism. Dada and Surrealism were two radical movements that emerged in the early 20th century, each reacting to the chaos and disillusionment brought on by war, industrialization, and a rapidly changing world. Both movements sought to break away from traditional artistic norms and to challenge the very nature of art itself, but they did so in different ways. While Dada was born out of cynicism and a rejection of societal norms, Surrealism sought to tap into the unconscious mind and explore the irrational aspects of human experience. Dada emerged in the wake of World War I as a response to the horrors of the conflict and the cultural instability that followed. Artists associated with Dada were deeply disillusioned with the values of the pre-war society and rejected the logic and reason that had led to such widespread destruction. Founded in Zurich in 1916 by artists like Hugo Ball, Tristan Tzara, and Marcel Duchamp, Dada was a movement that mocked the seriousness of art and culture, embracing absurdity, chaos, and spontaneity. Dadaists rejected traditional artistic methods, opting for unconventional materials and techniques, such as collage, photomontage, and ready-mades. Duchamp's infamous work Fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed with the pseudonym R. Mutt, exemplified this attitude, challenging the very definition of art and questioning the authority of the art establishment. Dada was not just an artistic movement, but also a philosophical stance, an attempt to disrupt the status quo and expose the meaninglessness of a world ravaged by war. Surrealism, which arose in the 1920s, took a different approach but still sought to reject the rationality that had dominated the modern world. Spearheaded by André Breton, Salvador Dali, and René Magritte, Surrealism was deeply influenced by the work of Sigmund Freud and his theories of the unconscious mind. Surrealists believed that art should transcend the conscious mind and tap into the hidden realms of dreams, desires, and irrational thought. They sought to create artworks that defied logic and portrayed the surreal, often blending dreamlike imagery with startling juxtapositions. Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, with its melting clocks draped over barren landscapes, is one of the most iconic works of surrealism, embodying the fluidity of time and the strange distortions of the unconscious mind. Surrealism aimed to reveal the deeper truths about human experience by embracing the illogical and the fantastical, using art as a means of exploring the psyche and unlocking the mysteries of the unconscious. While Dada was largely a protest movement, Surrealism sought to offer an alternative vision, one that embraced the irrational and celebrated the creativity of the unconscious mind. Both movements profoundly influenced the course of modern art, pushing boundaries, questioning norms, and inviting viewers to rethink the very nature of reality and artistic expression. The Art of Rebellion, Origins of Dada. Dada, an avant-garde movement that emerged during the early 20th century, was as much a philosophical stance as it was an artistic one. Born out of the devastation of World War I, Dada was a direct response to the senseless violence and the cultural chaos that had engulfed Europe. The movement began in Zurich in 1916 at the Cabaret Voltaire, a nightclub where artists, writers, and intellectuals gathered to discuss and explore ideas that rejected traditional artistic, cultural, and political norms. Key figures such as Hugo Ball, Tristan Tzara, Marcel Duchamp, and Jean Arp were integral in the birth of Dada, shaping it into a movement that aimed to confront, destabilize, and mock the established order. At its core, Dada was a rejection of the rationality and bourgeois values that the artists believed had contributed to the outbreak of the war. They saw traditional society and its institutions as complicit in the horrors of the conflict, and Dada was their radical critique of these systems. The name Dada itself, meaning hobby horse in French, was chosen because of its nonsensical quality, intended to embody the absurdity and meaningless nature of the world the artists found themselves in. Dadaists embraced chaos, randomness, and irrationality, using these qualities as a means of shaking up the conventions of art and culture. One of Dada's central principles was the concept of anti-art. Artists sought to disrupt the expectations surrounding art, challenging the very notion of what art could be. Works were often intentionally nonsensical, such as Marcel Duchamp's ready-mades, everyday objects presented as art. His fountain, 1917, a urinal signed R. Mutt, is a prime example of Dada's approach. By presenting something so utterly mundane as a work of art, Duchamp questioned not only the value of objects, but also the role of the artist and the art institution. Similarly, Dada artists used techniques like collage, photomontage, and performance art to defy traditional modes of production and artistic expression. Dada spread rapidly to cities across Europe and the United States, influencing a wide range of artists and movements, from surrealism to abstract expressionism. Yet despite its influence, Dada's existence was relatively short-lived, as the movement was inherently anti-institutional and unstructured. By the early 1920s, Dada began to fragment as individual artists explored new directions. However, its legacy endured in its questioning of art, its role in society, and the very idea of artistic meaning. Dada's rebellion was a profound challenge to the status quo, embracing chaos and irrationality as a form of liberation from the rigid frameworks that had previously governed artistic production. Marcel Duchamp and the ready-made. Marcel Duchamp was one of the most influential figures in the Dada movement and in the development of modern art. His innovation of the ready-made, the concept of taking everyday objects and presenting them as art, revolutionized the very definition of what could be considered art. Duchamp's ready-mades challenged the traditional notions of artistic skill, craftsmanship, and originality, turning the art world upside down and prompting artists and viewers to reconsider the purpose and meaning of art itself. Duchamp's first major ready-made was Bicycle Wheel, 1913, a simple bicycle wheel mounted on a wooden stool. It was a work that transformed an ordinary, functional object into an artwork simply by changing its context. Duchamp's goal was not to alter or improve the object, but to reframe it, forcing viewers to confront the object in a new way. This recontextualization opened up questions about the role of the artist and the viewer in the creation of meaning in art. Duchamp was less interested in making a visually compelling or aesthetically pleasing object than in the idea of art itself. Perhaps the most famous of Duchamp's ready-mades is Fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed R. Mutt. Initially submitted to an exhibition by the Society of Independent Artists in New York, it was rejected, but the controversy surrounding it was immense. By presenting this everyday object as a work of art, Duchamp was making a bold statement about the arbitrary nature of art institutions and the authority of the artist. Fountain questioned the idea of artistic merit, as the object itself required no artistic skill in its creation. Instead, the act of selecting and presenting it as art was the artwork. Duchamp's assertion that the artist's choice was more important than the object itself was a radical departure from the traditional role of the artist. Duchamp's ready-mades were deeply connected to his philosophical ideas about art, particularly his desire to challenge conventions and reject the established norms of artistic production. His work deconstructed the concept of artistic value, emphasizing the importance of intellectual engagement with art over its physical form or craftsmanship. The ready-made became a symbol of Dada's anti-art stance, which sought to reject the conventions of both artistic practice and the values of the bourgeois society that the artists felt were responsible for the chaos of World War I. Though Duchamp's ready-mades were initially met with resistance, they had a profound and lasting impact on the development of art in the 20th century. They laid the groundwork for later movements such as pop art and conceptual art, where the idea behind the artwork took precedence over its physical execution. Duchamp's revolutionary approach to art opened up new possibilities for artists, highlighting that art could be defined by the artist's intention and the viewer's interpretation, not merely by the object's aesthetic or material qualities. Surrealism and the unconscious mind. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, was a movement that sought to explore and represent the unconscious mind, inspired by the groundbreaking psychological theories of Sigmund Freud. Surrealist artists, particularly those associated with the movement's leader, André Breton, believed that the unconscious was a realm of untapped creativity and a source of deeper truth. They viewed dreams, irrational thoughts, and the subconscious mind as vital pathways to understanding human nature, and they sought to bring these hidden aspects of the psyche into their art. At its core, Surrealism was a response to the rationality and order that had dominated Western thought, especially in the wake of World War I. The war had led many to question the values of reason and logic, which had contributed to the conflict's devastating impact. Surrealists rejected conventional artistic techniques and instead turned to methods that could tap into the unconscious, aiming to bypass reason and allow spontaneous, unfiltered expression. They were inspired by Freud's theories of dream analysis and free association, believing that by expressing the unconscious, they could access a more authentic and liberated form of creativity. One of the most well-known techniques used by surrealists was automatism, which involved creating art without conscious control or planning. This technique allowed artists to express their innermost thoughts and feelings without interference from rational thought. Works created through automatism, like André Masson's spontaneous drawings or Jean Miraut's abstract compositions, often appear chaotic and dreamlike, reflecting the unrestrained flow of the unconscious. Surrealist works also incorporated symbols, distorted figures, and unusual juxtapositions to evoke the strange and irrational logic of dreams. The work of Salvador Dalí is perhaps the most iconic in the Surrealist movement. His famous painting, The Persistence of Memory, 1931, features melting clocks draped over a barren landscape, an image that conveys a sense of time that is both fluid and distorted, much like the logic of dreams. Dalí's exploration of the subconscious was not just about the representation of strange imagery. It was also about challenging the viewer's perception of reality. His work emphasized the fragility and malleability of the world as we know it, a concept that mirrored the instability of the mind itself. Another significant aspect of surrealism was its desire to reconcile opposites, rationality and irrationality, logic and absurdity, the conscious and the unconscious. By blending dreamlike scenes with real-world objects, surrealists sought to create a new reality that reflected the complexities of the human psyche. This approach gave rise to startling, imaginative works that blurred the line between fantasy and reality. Surrealism's exploration of the unconscious had a profound influence on art, literature, and psychology, making it one of the most revolutionary movements of the 20th century. Salvador Dali, André Breton, and Surrealist techniques. Salvador Dali and André Breton were two of the most influential figures in the Surrealist movement, though their approaches to Surrealism differed significantly. Dali, a Spanish painter known for his striking, dreamlike imagery, became one of the movement's most iconic artists, while Breton, a French poet and writer, was the intellectual force behind Surrealism's theoretical foundation. Together, they helped shape the course of Surrealist art, with Dali's fantastical paintings and Breton's philosophical writings offering distinct yet complementary contributions to the movement. Dali's work was marked by an intense interest in the unconscious mind, which he explored through his use of dream imagery and bizarre, often unsettling scenes. His most famous painting, The Persistence of Memory, 1931, with its soft, melting clocks draped over a desolate landscape, is a prime example of his ability to transform ordinary objects into surreal visions that challenge the viewer's perception of reality. Dali often employed meticulous realism in his paintings, creating highly detailed and technically precise images that juxtaposed with their irrational, dreamlike content. This contrast was part of his signature style, which he called the paranoid critical method, a technique he developed to access his unconscious mind. By intentionally inducing a state of paranoid confusion, Dali would allow his mind to wander freely, resulting in imagery that combined elements of both fantasy and reality in unsettling ways. Breton, on the other hand, was the driving force behind Surrealism's intellectual and philosophical framework. As the author of the Surrealist Manifesto, 1924, Breton defines Surrealism as a means to resolve the contradiction between reality and the unconscious, rejecting traditional forms of representation and embracing the illogical, dreamlike qualities of the mind. His work laid the groundwork for the movement, emphasizing the importance of irrationality, spontaneity, and free association in artistic creation. Breton believed that by tapping into the unconscious, artists could break free from the constraints of logic and reason, allowing for more authentic and unmediated expression. Surrealist techniques, particularly those advocated by both Dali and Breton, were rooted in the exploration of the unconscious mind. One of the primary methods was automatism, which involved creating art without conscious thought or planning. Artists would often engage in free writing, drawing, or painting, letting their hands move freely without interference from rational thought. Another popular technique was exquisite corpse, a collaborative drawing or writing game, where each participant contributes to a piece of work without seeing what the others have done, resulting in unpredictable and often bizarre creations. Both Dali's paintings and Breton's writings embodied the Surrealist aim of freeing the mind from the limitations of reality, offering a new way of perceiving the world. Their contributions, alongside the use of unique artistic techniques, cemented Surrealism as a movement that fundamentally reshaped the boundaries of art and opened up new possibilities for self-expression. The influence of psychology and dream analysis. The Surrealist movement was deeply influenced by the emerging field of psychology, particularly the groundbreaking theories of Sigmund Freud. Freud's ideas about the unconscious mind, repression, and the interpretation of dreams were pivotal in shaping the Surrealists' approach to art. For the Surrealists, Freud's assertion that dreams provided a direct pathway to the unconscious was revolutionary, offering a means to bypass the constraints of rational thought and tap into deeper layers of the psyche. The Surrealists embraced this concept, believing that by exploring the unconscious, they could reveal hidden truths about human experience and create more authentic, liberated art. Freud's theory of the unconscious was based on the idea that much of human behavior is driven by forces and desires hidden beneath the surface of conscious awareness. He argued that the conscious mind often represses these desires and memories, but they continue to influence thoughts, actions, and dreams. Surrealists, particularly Andre Breton, were fascinated by the potential of dreams as a tool for unlocking these repressed emotions and desires. By interpreting dreams and allowing unconscious thoughts to surface, they believed they could access a more authentic and unfiltered form of creativity. One of the key techniques used by the Surrealists to explore the unconscious was dream analysis, which was directly influenced by Freudian psychoanalysis. Surrealist artists often turned to their own dreams and fantasies as sources of inspiration, capturing the strange and illogical imagery that emerged from their unconscious minds. Salvador Dali, for instance, famously spoke about his dreams and how they influenced his artwork, often using dreamlike imagery and distorted landscapes to represent the bizarre, irrational nature of the unconscious. His painting The Persistence of Memory, 1931, with its melting clocks and distorted forms, can be seen as an exploration of time and memory as experienced in dreams, where the usual rules of logic and physics no longer apply. In addition to dream analysis, the Surrealists also adopted techniques such as free association, a practice in which thoughts and words are allowed to flow freely without censorship, to access the unconscious mind. This technique was inspired by Freud's method of free association in psychoanalysis, where patients were encouraged to speak whatever came to mind in order to reveal repressed thoughts and feelings. The influence of psychology and dream analysis was integral to the development of Surrealism, pushing artists to explore the depths of the unconscious and embrace irrationality as a legitimate form of artistic expression. This psychological approach to art making not only expanded the boundaries of what art could be, but also offered a new way of understanding the human experience, one that acknowledged the complexity and mystery of the mind. Chapter 6: Modernism Between the Wars. The period between World War I and World War II was marked by profound social, political, and cultural upheaval. It was a time when the foundations of modernity were being tested, and artists, writers, and intellectuals sought new ways to represent a world that had been shattered by conflict and economic instability. The aftermath of World War I left many questioning the values that had led to such devastation, and modernism, which had already begun to emerge in the late 19th century, evolved and flourished during this interwar period. The movements that defined modernism between the wars, such as surrealism, futurism, constructivism, and abstract art, were deeply influenced by the desire to break from tradition and confront the new realities of the modern world. In the wake of the war, many artists and intellectuals became disillusioned with the established cultural and political systems. The horrors of war had exposed the fragility of civilization, and in response, modernist art sought to reject the past and create something entirely new. Dada, which had emerged during the war, continued to influence artists during this period. It rejected logic, reason, and traditional artistic conventions, embracing absurdity and chaos. Yet, as the world began to rebuild, many artists began to turn toward abstraction and utopian visions, seeking to create a new art that was both progressive and reflective of the rapidly changing world. One of the dominant movements during this period was surrealism, which sought to explore the unconscious mind and the irrational. Led by figures like Andre Breton and Salvador Dali, surrealism became a vehicle for artists to express their inner visions and challenge the conventions of rational thought. Surrealists believed that by tapping into the unconscious, they could unlock new forms of creativity and connect with a deeper truth. Their works, filled with dreamlike imagery, bizarre juxtapositions, and distorted figures, were not just reflections of the irrational, but a radical attempt to engage with the complexities of the modern psyche. Meanwhile, movements like constructivism in Russia and de Stijl in the Netherlands sought to create art that was both socially relevant and purely abstract. These movements emphasized geometric forms, minimalism, and the use of industrial materials, aligning with the desire to build a new world through art. Piet Mondrian and Theo van Doesburg were leading figures in De Stijl, creating abstract works that sought to represent the universal harmony they believed could be achieved through pure geometry and color. Modernism between the wars was also deeply connected to the growth of fascism and communism as political ideologies influenced both art and society. As Europe grappled with the rise of totalitarian regimes, artists increasingly looked to reflect the political and social tensions of the time. Whether through abstraction, surrealism, or political art, the interwar period was a time of experimentation and a desire for new modes of expression, setting the stage for the artistic transformations that would take place after World War II. The Bauhaus and design principles. The Bauhaus was one of the most influential art and design schools of the 20th century. Founded in 1919 in Weimar, Germany, by architect Walter Gropius. Its core mission was to bridge the gap between art, craft, and industrial design, combining aesthetics with function to create design solutions that could address the needs of a rapidly modernizing world. The Bauhaus movement emphasized the idea that design should be both beautiful and practical, focusing on clean lines, geometric shapes, and a rational approach to materials. This philosophy had a profound impact on architecture, graphic design, industrial design, and typography, as well as other areas of visual culture. The Bauhaus was grounded in the belief that art and design should be accessible to everyone, and that the production of art should be integrated with the needs of industry. This led to a focus on mass production and the use of new materials and technologies. The school encouraged its students to think about design not just as an artistic pursuit, but as a means to improve everyday life, especially through the creation of functional, aesthetically appealing objects that could be mass-produced and widely distributed. One of the central design principles of the Bauhaus was the idea of form follows function, which suggested that the design of an object should be dictated by its intended use rather than by decorative considerations. This approach led to the creation of minimalist geometric forms that were often modular and adaptable to different needs. The Bauhaus also emphasized the importance of collaboration between artists, designers, and engineers, recognizing that the best design solutions arose from an interdisciplinary approach. The goal was to eliminate unnecessary ornamentation and create streamlined, efficient designs that would stand the test of time. Another key feature of Bauhaus design was its use of industrial materials. Rather than relying on traditional materials like wood or stone, Bauhaus designers incorporated metal, glass, and concrete into their work. This reflected the growing influence of industrialization and modern technology, which was reshaping society during the early 20th century. For example, Marcel Breur's tubular steel furniture pieces, like the Wassily chair, 1925, became iconic representations of the Bauhaus style, offering both functional and innovative design solutions. Throughout its existence, the Bauhaus fostered collaboration among some of the most innovative artists and designers of the time, including Paul Klee, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, Wassily Kandinsky, and Joseph Albers. Each brought their unique perspectives to the school's interdisciplinary approach, which would have a lasting influence on design throughout the 20th century. The Bauhaus moved from Weimar to Dessau in 1925 and then to Berlin in 1932 before being closed by the Nazis in 1933. Despite its relatively short life, the Bauhaus left an indelible mark on design and architecture, with its principles continuing to shape modern design practices to this day. De Stijl and the Pursuit of Harmony. De Stijl, also known as neoplasticism, was an influential art movement founded in the Netherlands around 1917 by artists Piet Mondrian and Theo van Doesburg. The movement sought to establish a new aesthetic language that reflected the ideals of harmony, order, and universality, responding to the chaos of the early 20th century, including the devastation of World War I. De-style artists aimed to transcend personal expression in favor of a more universal, abstract form of art that could unify humanity across time and space. The core philosophy behind de-style was to create art that embodied simplicity, clarity, and balance, grounded in geometric abstraction and a limited color palette. The central tenet of de-style was the idea of universal harmony through the use of geometric forms, primarily the straight line and the rectangle. Artists in the movement focused on the horizontal and vertical lines, using these simple shapes to create compositions that were both dynamic and stable. Mondrian, perhaps the most famous figure of de-style, famously distilled his art down to a grid of horizontal and vertical lines, filling the squares and rectangles with primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, along with black, white, and gray. For Mondrian, these elements represented the fundamental forces of nature and the building blocks of a harmonious universe. He believed that by reducing art to its most basic components, he could express universal truths that transcended the individual and the subjective. De-style's aesthetic was not limited to painting. It extended to architecture, design, and even typography. The movement's emphasis on geometric purity influenced architectural design, with Gerrit Rietveld, another key figure in the movement, applying the principles of de-style to create functional yet visually striking works like the Red and Blue Chair, 1917, which used simple geometric shapes and primary colors. Rietveld's work was an attempt to create an environment that was as rational and harmonious as the art, a reflection of the movement's aim to integrate art into daily life. In architecture, Theo van Doesburg and Rietveld envisioned structures that would break away from traditional forms and embrace new geometries, with clean lines and open, flexible spaces that could embody de-style's ideals of balance and order. Despite its emphasis on rationality and universality, de-style was also deeply influenced by the desire to create a visual language that could unite the world in a post-war era. The movement's strict formalism and abstraction were viewed as a way to cleanse society from the violence and irrationality of the past, offering a new aesthetic that could symbolize the reconstruction of a fractured world. Though de-style was relatively short-lived, losing prominence by the 1930s, it left a lasting legacy on modern design, architecture, and abstract art, influencing movements like minimalism, constructivism, and Bauhaus. Through its pursuit of harmony, de-style redefined the relationship between art and life, paving the way for future innovations in design and aesthetics. Constructivism and Soviet art. Constructivism emerged in Russia around 1915 as an avant-garde movement that sought to bridge the gap between art and practical, social utility. Rooted in the post-revolutionary ethos of the Russian Revolution of 1917, constructivist artists like Vladimir Tatlin and El Lissitzky rejected traditional notions of art for art's sake and embraced an ideology that emphasized art's role in shaping the future of society. The movement sought to merge art with technology and industrial materials, creating works that were not only visually compelling, but also had a functional, utilitarian purpose in the new socialist society. This focus on the integration of art and industry was closely aligned with the ideals of the Soviet state, which sought to revolutionize all aspects of life, including culture and artistic expression. One of the key tenets of constructivism was the belief in the functional nature of art. Constructivist artists believed that art should serve a purpose beyond decoration and personal expression, and instead be oriented toward improving society. This led to an emphasis on geometric abstraction and the use of modern materials, such as metal, glass, and plastic, in creating both two-dimensional and three-dimensional works. Artists rejected traditional mediums like oil painting and sculpture in favor of more industrial forms, creating works that were often abstract, modular, and highly geometric. Tatlin's monument to the Third International, 1919 to 1920, a radical design for a monumental structure that was never built, embodied the spirit of constructivism. The project combined modern engineering with an abstract aesthetic, symbolizing the power and progress of the new socialist state. Constructivism also extended into other fields, such as graphic design, architecture, and industrial design. Artists sought to design objects and environments that would meet the needs of a new collective society. The movement had a strong emphasis on clarity, simplicity, and practicality, with artists such as Alexander Rodchenko and Varvara Stepanova creating innovative posters, advertisements, and designs that reflected the bold, forward-looking ideals of the revolution. Constructivist artists believed that art should not be a solitary or individual pursuit, but a collective effort aimed at reshaping the world in a more rational and equitable way. However, as the Soviet Union became increasingly authoritarian under Joseph Stalin, constructivism began to lose favor with the state. By the late 1920s, the government began to favor socialist realism, an art style that celebrated the achievements of the Soviet people in a more figurative, idealized manner. The practical and experimental nature of constructivism was seen as too abstract and disconnected from the goals of mass political mobilization. Despite this decline in official support, the influence of constructivism remained strong in the development of modern design and architecture, both in the Soviet Union and abroad. Constructivist ideas laid the groundwork for much of the later developments in minimalism and modernist design, leaving an enduring legacy in the world of art and design. Political influences on modern art. Modern art has long been shaped by the political and social climates in which it was created. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, artists responded to political movements, revolutions, and wars, using their work to comment on, critique, and sometimes challenge the established order. The relationship between politics and art is particularly evident in the evolution of modernism, where the pursuit of artistic freedom and the desire to express individual or collective experiences often collided with political ideologies. The rise of totalitarian regimes in the early 20th century had a profound impact on the development of modern art. In Russia, the Russian Revolution of 1917 led to the emergence of radical movements like constructivism, where artists sought to merge art with social and political progress. Vladimir Tatlin and L. Lissitzky created works that promoted the ideals of the Soviet state, blending abstract forms with socialist themes. However, as the Soviet Union became more repressive under Joseph Stalin, the state began to demand that art serve the purposes of political propaganda, and socialist realism became the dominant style. This shift away from avant-garde experimentation toward idealized representations of the working class and socialist values was an example of how political pressures could directly influence the direction of art. Similarly, in Nazi Germany, the regime imposed its own vision of art, seeking to promote works that aligned with Nazi ideals. Art was expected to embody notions of heroism, racial purity, and German nationalism. Modernist movements like Expressionism and Dada were condemned as degenerate, and many artists fled to other countries, including France and the United States, where they could continue their work without fear of censorship. The Nazis' stance on art represented an extreme example of how political regimes can suppress artistic freedom and dictate what is considered acceptable art. Meanwhile, in the United States, the political landscape in the 1930s and 1940s, particularly during the Great Depression and the rise of McCarthyism, also shaped the art world. During the Depression, social and political themes were reflected in American scene painting and the work of the social realists, who sought to depict the struggles of ordinary people. Later, with the onset of the Cold War, American art became deeply entwined with the politics of the time. Abstract expressionism emerged as a response to both the personal crises of the artists and the political tension between the United States and the Soviet Union. The movement was embraced by the U.S. government, which saw it as a symbol of freedom and individuality, in contrast to the rigidity of Soviet socialism. Ultimately, modern art reflects the volatile relationship between politics and creativity. From political revolutions to censorship, art has often been used as a tool for both personal expression and political change. Artists have sought to use their work to challenge political norms, critique the status quo, or reflect on the social and political realities of their time, making modern art a powerful vehicle for political expression and dialogue. The emergence of abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionism emerged in the United States in the 1940s and 1950s, becoming the first truly American avant-garde movement to gain international recognition. The movement was a response to the political climate of the time, particularly the aftermath of World War II, as well as the psychological and emotional turmoil that many artists felt in the wake of global conflict. Abstract expressionism marked a departure from the rational, formal styles of earlier modernist movements and was defined by an emphasis on spontaneous, emotional expression, abstraction, and an exploration of the unconscious mind. It represented a dramatic shift toward individualism, personal introspection, and the desire to break away from traditional artistic constraints. At the heart of abstract expressionism was the belief that art should reflect the inner emotional experience of the artist. The movement rejected representational art in favor of non-objective, abstract forms that conveyed personal expression rather than a narrative or specific subject matter. Artists used vibrant colors, dynamic brushstrokes, and large-scale canvases to create works that conveyed raw emotion and energy. Jackson Pollock, one of the central figures of the movement, became famous for his drip paintings, where he would pour or splatter paint onto a canvas laid on the floor, allowing the paint to express his internal emotions through uncontrolled physical gestures. Pollock's work was seen as an embodiment of the existential struggles and anxieties of the post-war era. Another key figure in abstract expressionism was Willem de Kooning, whose dynamic, often aggressive brushwork and distorted figures explored the tension between abstraction and figuration. His famous series of paintings, including Woman I, 1950-1952, conveyed a sense of urgency and chaos, reflecting the emotional complexity of modern life. Mark Rothko, on the other hand, focused on color and form to evoke deep emotional responses. His large, luminous fields of color, such as those in his Rothko Chapel series, invited the viewer to engage with the artwork on a meditative, emotional level, using color as a vehicle for exploring spirituality and human experience. Abstract expressionism's emphasis on individual expression and psychological depth also drew heavily on surrealist ideas, particularly the notion of tapping into the unconscious mind. Many abstract expressionists were influenced by Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, as well as by the surrealists' use of automatism, which aimed to bypass rational thought and tap into the deeper layers of the psyche. The movement also reflected the social and political tensions of the time, as artists sought a new form of expression that could articulate their anxieties and uncertainties in an increasingly fragmented world. By the 1950s, abstract expressionism had become the dominant art movement in the United States, and New York replaced Paris as the center of the art world. The movement's success marked a cultural shift in America, signifying the country's growing influence in the global art scene and its emergence as a cultural superpower during the Cold War. Abstract expressionism, with its focus on personal freedom, individualism, and emotional depth, remains one of the most significant and revolutionary movements in the history of modern art. Chapter 7. Abstract Expressionism and the New York School. Abstract Expressionism, a groundbreaking movement in the mid-20th century, flourished in the post-World War II period and transformed the global art scene. Centered in New York City, the movement became the first truly American avant-garde art form to gain international prominence. The term New York School refers to a loose collective of artists who were instrumental in the development of abstract expressionism, which was defined by its emphasis on spontaneous, abstract forms and emotional intensity. Influenced by the trauma of the war, as well as the existential philosophy of the time, these artists sought a form of expression that transcended traditional representation, focusing instead on individual subjectivity and psychological depth. The New York School emerged in the late 1940s, during a time of great social, political, and cultural change. The movement was initially shaped by the influx of European émigré artists, including Max Ernst, Willem de Kooning, and Marc Chagall, who fled the chaos of World War II and brought new artistic ideas to the United States. However, it was the homegrown talent of artists like Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, Franz Kline, and Barnett Newman that truly defined the movement. The group of artists did not share a unified style or technique, but they were united in their pursuit of a deeply personal, abstract expression that reflected their emotional and psychological states. The most notable characteristic of abstract expressionism was its commitment to abstraction and non-representational forms. The artists of the New York School rejected the figurative art of earlier periods in favor of using abstraction as a means to communicate emotion, freedom, and the human experience. Jackson Pollock's iconic drip paintings, where he poured or splattered paint onto canvases placed on the floor, exemplified the raw, gestural nature of the movement. Pollock's work emphasized the act of painting itself, with the artist's movements and physical engagement with the canvas becoming a key part of the artwork's meaning. This approach was part of a larger shift in the understanding of what art could be, no longer just a representation of the world, but a dynamic interaction between the artist and their environment. While Pollock became the face of abstract expressionism, other artists in the New York School employed different methods of abstraction. Mark Rothko focused on the emotional power of color and scale, using large blocks of color in his works to evoke profound spiritual experiences. Franz Kline, known for his bold black and white compositions, and Willem de Kooning, with his energetic brushstrokes and distorted figures, contributed their own distinct voices to the movement. The success of the New York School marked a turning point in the art world, positioning New York as the new center of the global art scene, replacing Paris as the leading cultural hub. Abstract expressionism reflected the anxieties and hopes of the post-war war, offering artists a new language to convey their deepest emotions and complex psychological states. It remains one of the most influential movements in modern art, inspiring generations of artists to explore abstraction as a means of personal and collective expression. The shift of the art world to America. Following World War II, the art world experienced a significant shift in power, moving from the traditional hub of Paris to New York City, marking the rise of the United States as the new epicenter of the global art scene. This transition was not only a reflection of the political and economic changes of the time, but also an indication of the growing influence of American culture in the post-war era. While Paris had long been considered the cultural capital, fostering artistic innovation through movements such as Impressionism, Cubism, and Surrealism, the war and its aftermath disrupted the dominance of the French art world, making room for New York to emerge as the new center of modern art. One of the key catalysts for this shift was the rise of abstract expressionism, a movement rooted in New York during the 1940s and 1950s. Artists such as Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, Willem de Kooning, and Franz Kline pushed the boundaries of what was considered traditional art, embracing abstraction, emotional intensity, and individual expression. With their dynamic and innovative work, these artists rejected the rationality of earlier artistic traditions, offering instead a visceral, unmediated form of emotional expression that resonated deeply with the anxieties and uncertainties of the post-war world. The success of abstract expressionism signaled that the United States was capable of creating groundbreaking and world-changing art on a global scale. Additionally, the rise of the American art market played a crucial role in solidifying New York's position as the center of the art world. Major galleries, such as Pace Gallery and Leo Castelli Gallery, began representing American artists and presenting their work on the international stage. The United States government, keen on asserting its cultural dominance during the Cold War, also recognized the importance of art as a diplomatic tool. Programs like the United States Information Agency funded exhibitions and sent American artists abroad to showcase abstract expressionism, elevating the movement to the international level. Paris, which had long been the creative mecca for European artists, saw its influence wane as many European artists fled the war-torn continent, with some finding new homes in New York. The influx of European intellectuals and artists added to the dynamism of the American art scene, bringing new ideas and techniques that fused with American styles and perspectives. The synergy between European émigré artists and homegrown American talent helped shape the artistic landscape in New York. By the 1960s, New York had firmly established itself as the undisputed global capital of the art world, a shift that had lasting effects on the trajectory of modern art. The United States, through its cultural output and economic influence, would go on to define much of the direction of contemporary art in the second half of the 20th century, with New York at the forefront of that transformation. Jackson Pollock and action painting. Jackson Pollock stands as one of the most iconic and influential figures in the history of modern art, largely due to his pioneering work in action painting, a technique central to the abstract expressionist movement. Born in 1912 in Wyoming, Pollock's art career evolved through various stages, but it was during the late 1940s and early 1950s that he developed the distinctive style that would define his legacy. Action painting, as the name suggests, emphasized the act of painting itself as an expressive performance, where the artist's physical movements became an integral part of the artwork. For Pollock, the process of creating the painting was as important as the final piece, capturing raw emotion and energy in each brushstroke, drip, or splash of paint. Pollock's breakthrough came in the late 1940s, when he began experimenting with drip painting, using house paint, enamel, and other non-traditional materials to create large-scale works. Instead of applying paint directly to the canvas with a brush, he would place the canvas on the floor, enabling him to move around it and drip or pour paint in dynamic, fluid gestures. This allowed for a sense of freedom and spontaneity, with Pollock often using his whole body to engage with the artwork. His movements became part of the composition itself, creating a visual representation of action and emotion. The resulting paintings were not merely abstract representations. They were physical documents of Pollock's personal, emotional involvement in the creative process. Perhaps his most famous work, Number 5, 1948, encapsulates the essence of Pollock's style. The piece is a chaotic, energetic fusion of color and form, a chaotic dance of drips and splatters that appears random yet calculated. Pollock's action painting reflected a profound shift in the art world, marking a departure from traditional techniques that prioritize control, order, and representation. In contrast, Pollock's method embraced chaos, freedom, and intuition, capturing the essence of the human experience in all its complexity and unpredictability. Pollock's influence was transformative, both within the abstract expressionist movement and in the broader world of art. His work shifted the focus from the subject matter of a painting to the emotional and psychological state of the artist. He also helped redefine the role of the artist in the creative process, moving away from the idea of the artist as a craftsman to the artist as an active participant in the creation of art. His drip styles, an emphasis on the process over the product, resonated with later movements like pop art and minimalism, where the concept and technique of creation became just as significant as the finished work itself. Pollock's innovations and his emphasis on artistic freedom and expression have ensured his place as one of the most important figures in 20th century art. Through his intense, dynamic approach to painting, Jackson Pollock forever changed the landscape of modern art, pushing the boundaries of what art could be and how it could be experienced. Mark Rothko and color field painting. Mark Rothko is widely regarded as one of the leading figures in the color field painting movement, which emerged as a key development within the larger abstract expressionist framework. Born in 1903 in Russia, Rothko moved to the United States at a young age and eventually settled in New York, where he began to develop his distinctive approach to painting in the late 1940s and 1950s. Unlike the dynamic, gestural style of artists like Jackson Pollock, Rothko's art focused on the emotional and spiritual potential of color and form, creating large, meditative compositions designed to evoke deep feelings in the viewer. His work was part of a broader effort to push the boundaries of abstraction while maintaining a profound engagement with the viewer's inner emotional experience. Rothko's signature technique, now recognized as color field painting, involved the use of large expanses of pure, vibrant color. His works typically consisted of rectangular blocks or bands of color, often subtly layered to create a glowing, ethereal effect. The color fields, which could range from deep reds and oranges to cool blues and purples, were often surrounded by soft, blurred edges that contributed to a sense of fluidity and calm. These fields were not simply decorative. Rothko viewed color as a language capable of conveying intense emotional states. Through his use of color and space, Rothko sought to create a direct, visceral connection with the viewer, aiming to transcend the material world and communicate the ineffable. One of Rothko's most powerful intentions was to create an atmosphere in his paintings that invited contemplation and reflection. His works were meant to be experienced in person, often installed in a way that enveloped the viewer, forcing them to engage with the emotional gravity of the color fields. Rothko wanted the viewer to experience a sense of awe and introspection, even approaching his works as if they were meditative experiences, evoking feelings of the sublime. His famous Rothko Chapel series of paintings, housed in a non-denominational chapel in Houston, Texas, embodies this desire, offering an environment where the power of color facilitates a spiritual experience. Rothko's work evolved over time, moving from the vibrant, layered color fields of the 1950s to more subdued, darker tones in the 1960s, reflecting his increasingly introspective and melancholic mood. His later works, such as the Black on Maroon series, convey a greater sense of tension and solemnity, yet they maintain the same emphasis on the emotional power of color. Mark Rothko's legacy is one of profound emotional depth and innovation. His color field paintings continue to be celebrated for their ability to convey the universal and deeply personal aspects of the human experience through the transformative power of color. The influence of existentialism on art. Existentialism, a philosophical movement that gained prominence in the mid-20th century, had a profound impact on the direction of modern art. At its core, existentialism emphasized the individual's experience of existence, freedom, choice, and the inherent meaninglessness of life. Philosophers such as Jean-Paul Sartre, Albert Camus, and Martin Heidegger explored themes of isolation, despair, anxiety, and the search for authenticity in a world that appeared devoid of intrinsic meaning. This philosophical perspective found a natural resonance in the realm of art, where artists began to explore the human condition in a deeply personal, often fragmented, and abstract way. Existentialism's influence on art became especially evident in the aftermath of World War II, a period marked by disillusionment and a profound sense of uncertainty. The atrocities of the war, combined with the rapidly changing political landscape and technological advancements, left many artists grappling with feelings of alienation and the search for meaning. As traditional values and narratives began to crumble, artists turned inward, focusing on existential themes such as the individual's struggle against absurdity, the search for authenticity, and the confrontation with mortality. In the realm of abstract expressionism, artists like Jackson Pollock, Franz Kline, and Mark Rothko reflected the existential quest for personal meaning and expression. Pollock's chaotic, spontaneous paintings, for instance, could be seen as a physical manifestation of existential freedom and the artist's search for authenticity in a seemingly indifferent universe. Similarly, Rothko's vast fields of color invite contemplation on the emotional and spiritual dimensions of human existence, encouraging viewers to reflect on their own sense of isolation, existential anxiety, and transcendence. Meanwhile, in the realm of surrealism, artists like Salvador Dali and René Magritte delved into the unconscious mind and the nature of perception, questioning the boundaries between reality and illusion. The surrealist focus on dreams, irrationality, and the bizarre was an exploration of existential themes, particularly the tension between reason and the inexplicable nature of human experience. The influence of existentialism also permeated conceptual art, which emerged in the 1960s. Artists like Joseph Kosuth and Sol LeWitt questioned the very nature of art itself, often using language and text to examine meaning, identity, and the artist's role in a world devoid of clear answers. Conceptual art's emphasis on ideas over visual representation echoed existentialist concerns with the human condition, offering a form of art that was intellectual, interrogative, and open-ended. In all, existentialism's influence on modern art encouraged artists to confront personal and universal questions, explore the complexities of human experience, and embrace ambiguity. This philosophical movement reshaped art by pushing it toward abstraction, emotional depth, and the questioning of traditional structures, leaving a lasting impact on the trajectory of 20th century art. The role of art critics and galleries. The role of art critics and galleries has been pivotal in shaping the development and reception of modern art. Both critics and galleries serve as intermediaries between the artists and the public, interpreting, promoting, and often challenging the meaning of artworks within their cultural and historical contexts. Their influence is especially significant in times of innovation when new movements disrupt traditional norms and artists experiment with new ideas, techniques, and forms of expression. Art critics are essential in framing and analyzing new works of art. They bring an intellectual dimension to the artwork, providing insight into its meaning, context, and the artist's intent. Critics often engage with emerging trends, offering opinions that can either validate or challenge the artistic choices made by creators. During the early 20th century, critics like Clement Greenberg and Harold Rosenberg played crucial roles in promoting movements like abstract expressionism, guiding the public and collectors to understand and appreciate these radical shifts in art. Greenberg, for example, championed artists such as Jackson Pollock, arguing that their work represented the peak of modernist art, a view that helped elevate Pollock's status in the art world. Critics also helped to construct the narratives that shape the understanding of art movements, often influencing how later generations perceive particular works or artists. However, while critics can shape the reception of art, they can also challenge it by offering different interpretations or questioning established norms, pushing both artists and audiences to think critically about the role and purpose of art in society. Galleries play an equally vital role by providing physical spaces where art can be displayed and experienced. Galleries, particularly in cities like New York and Paris, are crucial platforms for introducing new artists and movements to the public. These spaces also act as key players in the commercialization of art. Through exhibitions, galleries generate interest in specific artists and their works, shaping the market and guiding collectors' tastes. The galleries that represented artists like Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Andy Warhol were essential in establishing their reputations and facilitating their transition from relatively unknown figures to internationally recognized artists. Galleries also offer important support to artists in terms of exhibition space, networking opportunities, and promotion. They help artists navigate the art market, positioning their work in a competitive and often commercialized environment. Both critics and galleries, however, are not without their limitations. Their interpretations are sometimes influenced by social, political, and economic factors, and they may not always be receptive to unconventional or avant-garde work. Yet, in spite of these challenges, the symbiotic relationship between critics, galleries, and artists remains foundational to the development of modern art, enabling new ideas to be disseminated and debated, and pushing the boundaries of what art can achieve. Through their roles as interpreters, promoters, and facilitators, art critics and galleries continue to shape the dynamic and ever-evolving landscape of the art world. Chapter 8: Pop Art and the Rise of Consumer Culture. The emergence of pop art in the 1950s and 1960s marked a dramatic shift in the landscape of modern art, reflecting the growing influence of consumer culture and mass media in post-World War II society. Pop art was a response to the dominant trends of abstract expressionism and the intellectualism of previous art movements. Whereas earlier movements had prioritized personal expression and abstraction, pop art turned to the imagery and iconography of popular culture, offering a more accessible, often ironic critique of the commercialized, consumer-driven world. Pop artists embraced everyday objects, advertisements, comic strips, and celebrity culture as their subject matter. They blurred the boundaries between fine art and commercial art, questioning the distinctions between high culture and mass-produced culture. Figures like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, Claes Oldenburg, and Richard Hamilton became synonymous with the movement, each exploring themes of consumerism, mass production, and the commodification of culture. Warhol, for instance, famously turned commercial products like Campbell's soup cans and Coca-Cola bottles into art, elevating them to the status of iconic symbols while simultaneously satirizing their ubiquity in American life. His use of mass production techniques, such as silkscreen printing, emphasized the relationship between art and consumer goods, highlighting the repetitive and interchangeable nature of both. At its core, pop art was deeply intertwined with the rise of consumer culture, which was expanding rapidly in the post-war period. The 1950s saw a boom in consumer goods, mass production, and advertising, fueled by the economic prosperity of the era. As television and print media became pervasive, they promoted new standards of beauty, success, and lifestyle, all of which became central themes in pop art. Artists began to mirror these popular culture trends, making art that was accessible and relatable to a wider audience. The use of familiar imagery like advertisements, movie stars, and consumer products allowed pop art to engage with the realities of the growing middle class and the rise of consumerism, while also questioning and critiquing the culture of excess and materialism. Pop art was also a reaction to the abstract, often inaccessible nature of earlier art movements. Its embrace of bright colors, bold lines, and repetitive motifs made it visually striking and more in tune with the aesthetics of mass media. Moreover, its use of commercial techniques and materials reflected the growing fusion of art with industry and the increasingly blurred lines between art, advertising, and design. Pop art's ability to make art more accessible and relevant to the masses reshaped the art world, making it more reflective of contemporary life and the popular culture that was emerging as a dominant force in society. Through its ironic engagement with consumer culture, pop art both critiqued and celebrated the world of mass production and commercialism, making it one of the most influential art movements of the 20th century. The movement's legacy continues to resonate in today's world, where art, commerce, and mass media are inextricably linked. The reaction against abstract expressionism. The mid-20th century saw the rise of abstract expressionism, which emphasized spontaneous, gestural painting and the emotional intensity of the artist's individual experience. However, by the late 1950s and early 1960s, a reaction against this dominant movement began to emerge as artists sought alternatives to the emotional and often chaotic energy of abstract expressionism. This reaction led to the development of several new art movements, including pop art, minimalism, and op art, each of which pushed against the perceived excesses of abstract expressionism in different ways. One of the primary critiques of abstract expressionism was its focus on the subjective, emotional experience of the artist, which many felt was increasingly detached from the realities of modern life. Artists began to question the relevance of such intense personal expression in a rapidly changing world marked by technological advances, consumerism, and a growing sense of global interconnectedness. They felt that abstract expressionism, with its emphasis on individuality and spontaneous gestures, no longer resonated with the collective, increasingly mass-oriented culture that was taking shape in the post-war period. The emergence of pop art was one of the most significant reactions against abstract expressionism. Pop artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Claes Oldenburg sought to take art out of the isolated, contemplative realm of the artist's inner world and into the realm of everyday life. They rejected the complexity and emotional intensity of abstract expressionism in favor of the accessible, mass-produced imagery of consumer culture. Warhol's use of images from advertising, commercial products, and celebrity culture was a direct counterpoint to the emotional abstraction of artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko. Pop art sought to democratize art by using the visual language of mass media and consumerism, celebrating the commonplace while also critiquing it. In parallel, the rise of minimalism rejected the emotionalism and gesture-driven approach of abstract expressionism in favor of clean lines, geometric shapes, and a focus on form and material. Artists such as Donald Judd, Frank Stella, and Dan Flavin stripped away personal expression, opting for precise and personal works that emphasized objectivity and simplicity. This movement was rooted in the belief that art should not rely on the emotional expressiveness of the artist, but rather on the inherent qualities of the materials and forms themselves. Minimalism's stark industrial aesthetic was a stark contrast to the bold, emotive gestures of abstract expressionism, signaling a shift toward a more intellectual, formal approach to art. These movements also reflected a broader cultural shift away from the intense individualism and abstraction of the earlier 20th century toward a more diverse and media-oriented visual culture. As the world became more commercialized and mass-produced, art began to question its place within that framework. The reaction against abstract expressionism helped pave the way for new approaches to art that were more in tune with the emerging realities of consumer culture, industrialization, and globalization, offering a critique of the excesses of the previous artistic generation. Andy Warhol and mass production aesthetics. Andy Warhol is often regarded as one of the most influential artists of the 20th century, particularly for his role in revolutionizing the concept of art in the context of mass production and consumer culture. His work blurred the lines between high art and commercial imagery, reflecting the commodification of culture and the increasingly pervasive nature of consumer goods. Warhol's embrace of mass production aesthetics was not only a response to the rise of industrialization, but also an exploration of the relationship between art, commerce, and society. Warhol's use of repetition and mechanized techniques became central to his artistic practice, underscoring the principles of mass production that characterized the post-war era. One of his most iconic works, Campbell's Soup Cans, exemplifies this approach. The repetition of the soup can image, a mass-produced, everyday product, served as both a celebration of consumer culture and a commentary on its ubiquity. The artwork itself was produced through a silkscreen printing technique, allowing Warhol to create multiple versions of the same image quickly and efficiently, much like an assembly line. This method not only mirrored the mass production of consumer products, but also questioned the idea of uniqueness in art. By elevating a banal, mass-marketed object to the status of fine art, Warhol challenged traditional notions of originality and authorship, suggesting that the concept of art could be democratized and commercialized just like the goods advertised on billboards. Another key aspect of Warhol's work was his incorporation of celebrity culture, which further emphasized the symbiotic relationship between art and mass media. His series of portraits of celebrities, including Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and Elizabeth Taylor, employed the same repetitive industrial techniques used in his consumer product works. These portraits, produced in vibrant, sometimes garish colors, turned the famous figures into commodities, much like the consumer products Warhol was known for. By using these popular figures as subjects, Warhol not only celebrated their status in mass culture, but also critiqued the ways in which individuals were consumed and redefined by the media. Warhol's focus on mass production aesthetics extended beyond just visual techniques. His studio, known as the Factory, became a symbol of his production-driven approach to art. At the Factory, Warhol employed a team of assistants to help him produce works at a rapid pace, much like a factory assembly line. This approach emphasized the idea that art could be made in a highly industrialized, almost corporate manner, further reinforcing his belief in the fusion of art and commerce. Through his adoption of mass production techniques and his engagement with consumer culture, Andy Warhol radically transformed the landscape of contemporary art. He turned everyday products and celebrities into subjects worthy of artistic exploration, challenging the notion that art had to be created by the individual genius in an isolated, romanticized studio setting. Instead, Warhol's art reflected the highly commercialized, consumer-driven world of the 20th century, making him one of the most influential figures in modern art. Roy Lichtenstein and comic book influence. Roy Lichtenstein, one of the most prominent figures in the pop art movement, revolutionized the art world by drawing inspiration from the visual language of comic books. His work, characterized by its bold lines, bright colors, and Ben-Day dots, brought the aesthetic of commercial print media into the gallery, challenging the conventional boundaries of fine art. By borrowing from the mass-produced imagery of comic books, Lichtenstein questioned the relationship between high and low culture and made art that was accessible while also highly reflective of modern consumer society. Lichtenstein's iconic use of comic strip imagery was both a celebration and a critique of popular culture. He took scenes from comic books, often focusing on dramatic, emotional moments, and recontextualized them in large-scale, meticulously painted canvases. Works such as Wham! And Drowning Girl directly lifted scenes from comic book pages, transforming them into high art while maintaining the sensational and dramatic elements typical of the genre. His decision to replicate these images using oil paint and enamel with careful attention to detail, rather than simply printing or reproducing them mechanically, was a direct challenge to the mass production techniques used in the comic industry. By doing so, he elevated what was once seen as a lower form of entertainment to the status of fine art, while simultaneously highlighting its commercial nature. One of the defining features of Lichtenstein's style was his use of Ben-Day dots, a technique borrowed from comic book printing. This method, which involves the use of small, colored dots to create shading and texture, was a hallmark of newspaper and comic book illustrations from the mid-20th century. Lichtenstein's meticulous reproduction of this technique in his paintings added a layer of irony to his work, as it both mimicked the commercial printing process and distorted the perception of the imagery. The dots, which were traditionally used to simulate gradients and colors in print, became a signature element in Lichtenstein's work, allowing him to blend the mechanical with the emotional and the commercial with the artistic. Lichtenstein's use of comic book imagery also explored themes of consumerism, mass media, and the romanticized aspects of popular culture. His works often depicted moments of dramatic emotion, such as women in distress or moments of action, evoking the sense of soap operas or melodramatic tales often found in comics. These exaggerated portrayals raise questions about the way emotions and narratives were shaped and commodified by mass media. By reproducing comic book art at a larger scale and with more refined materials, Lichtenstein both elevated the medium and exposed the artificiality of the emotions it portrayed, commenting on the commercial exploitation of human experience. In essence, Roy Lichtenstein's work stood at the intersection of art and commercial culture, using comic book imagery as a vehicle to explore broader cultural questions while simultaneously challenging the traditional distinctions between fine art and popular culture. His approach to the comic book aesthetic helped define pop art and solidified his place as one of the foremost artists in the movement. The role of advertising in media. The role of advertising and media in modern art cannot be overstated, particularly in the context of the pop art movement, where artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein drew direct inspiration from the omnipresent imagery of commercial culture. During the post-World War II era, mass media and advertising became powerful forces that shaped societal values, consumer behavior, and even the way people viewed themselves. Pop artists responded to this cultural shift by incorporating advertising and media imagery into their work, challenging the boundaries of high and low art while reflecting on the growing influence of consumerism. In the mid-20th century, the proliferation of television, radio, and print media introduced mass advertising techniques that promoted consumer goods and lifestyle ideals to an unprecedented degree. Advertising's power to shape perceptions and influence desires reached its peak, making the images used in ads, such as logos, product packaging, and brand imagery, ubiquitous in everyday life. Artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein recognized the visual impact of these images and sought to elevate them to the status of fine art, while also critiquing their pervasive influence. Warhol's iconic Campbell's Soup Cans series, for example, took a simple consumer product and transformed it into an artistic symbol, commenting on the commercialization of culture and the repetition inherent in advertising. His use of mass production techniques like silkscreen printing mirrored the industrial processes behind consumer goods, emphasizing the mechanization of both art and commerce. Similarly, Lichtenstein's work, with its focus on comic book art and advertising imagery, utilized the visual language of mass media to question the ways in which images were commodified. His paintings, such as Hopeless and Blam, appropriated the bold, graphic style of commercial art, elevating it to fine art while exposing its commercial intent. Through this process, Lichtenstein explored the role of media in shaping public consciousness, particularly how advertisements and popular culture constructs emotional responses. Advertising and media also played a role in the globalization of consumer culture during the post-war era. The rise of multinational corporations and the growth of consumer-oriented marketing campaigns had a profound impact on how people across different cultures perceived success, beauty, and happiness. Pop artists tapped into this globalized phenomenon, reflecting on how advertising turned products, celebrities, and even ordinary objects into cultural icons. By incorporating media and advertising into their works, they both embraced and critiqued the commercialization of everyday life. In essence, the role of advertising and media in modern art, especially within pop art, is a reflection of how deeply these forces infiltrated the consciousness of contemporary society. Art, once viewed as a medium for individual expression and philosophical reflection, became intertwined with the realities of consumerism, mass media, and the increasingly visual nature of culture. Through their engagement with these forms of media, artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein not only made art more accessible, but also posed critical questions about the pervasive nature of advertising and its impact on society. The debate over high and low art. The distinction between high art and low art has been a central issue in the history of art, particularly in the 20th century, as artists began to challenge traditional norms and hierarchies. High art, traditionally associated with fine arts such as painting, sculpture, and classical music, was often seen as refined, intellectual, and reserved for the elite. Low art, on the other hand, was typically associated with popular culture, mass production, and commercialism, categories that were often considered less serious or worthy of artistic recognition. This division was particularly prominent in the post-war period, when the rise of movements like pop art and Dada challenged these boundaries by incorporating elements of mass culture and consumerism into the realm of fine art. The pop art movement, in particular, was a direct response to the long-standing hierarchical division between high and low art. Artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Claes Oldenburg appropriated imagery from advertising, comic books, and consumer products, elevating these everyday, commercially produced objects to the status of fine art. By doing so, they blurred the lines between these two categories, suggesting that what was often regarded as low could be just as relevant, meaningful, and aesthetically engaging as high art. Warhol's Campbell's soup cans and Lichtenstein's comic book-inspired paintings exemplified this shift, making the ordinary, mass-produced objects of consumer culture into subjects worthy of artistic exploration. This elevation of popular culture was not without controversy. Critics of pop art saw it as a betrayal of the intellectual and aesthetic ideals that had long defined high art. They argued that the use of commercial imagery reduced art to mere decoration or entertainment, stripping it of its deeper, more profound meanings. In contrast, pop artists themselves defended their work by pointing out that the lines between high and low were arbitrary and historically constructed. In their view, the distinction between art and non-art was fluid and based on social and cultural conventions, not inherent qualities of the work itself. The debate over high and low art also extended to the broader discussion about the role of mass media and consumerism in contemporary society. By incorporating imagery from advertising, television, and pop culture, pop artists questioned the role of commercial forces in shaping public perception and taste. They argued that art should reflect the realities of modern life, including its relationship to mass production and consumption. In doing so, they challenged not only traditional notions of art, but also the very systems that defined what was considered worthy of artistic attention. Ultimately, the debate over high and low art forced a reevaluation of what art could be and who it was for. It led to a more inclusive and democratized vision of art, one that embraced the everyday and celebrated the cultural artifacts of mass society. By erasing the boundaries between high and low, artists of the 20th century opened the door to new possibilities in art, reflecting the complexities and contradictions of the modern world. Chapter 9: Minimalism and Conceptual Art. In the mid-20th century, the art world witnessed the emergence of minimalism and conceptual art, two movements that sought to break from the expressive and emotional intensity of abstract expressionism and the commercialized imagery of pop art. Both movements represented a radical departure from traditional artistic practices, emphasizing simplicity, intellectual engagement, and the idea over the visual. While minimalism focused on stripping down art to its most basic elements, conceptual art centered around the idea or concept behind the work, sometimes at the expense of its visual representation. Minimalism, which emerged in the late 1950s and early 1960s, sought to eliminate the excesses of previous art movements and reduce art to its purest forms. Artists such as Donald Judd, Dan Flavin, and Frank Stella created works that emphasized geometric shapes, industrial materials, and straightforward composition. By using simple, clean lines and modular forms, minimalist artists removed any reference to emotion or narrative, focusing instead on the physical presence of the artwork itself. Judd's stacked boxes and Stella's shaped canvases are prime examples of this approach. The emphasis was placed on objectivity and clarity, rejecting the expressive brushwork and emotive content of abstract expressionism. The artworks, often large and imposing, were meant to be experienced in space, with little to no interpretation required beyond their physical presence. Minimalism's impact on the art world was profound, challenging notions of craftsmanship, originality, and artistic subjectivity. The movement questioned the role of the artist as a creator of personal expression and instead positioned the viewer's experience of the work as central. By focusing on materials and form, minimalism reduced the artwork to an impersonal object that could be experienced in a neutral, direct way, allowing the viewer to interact with the work in its purest form. At the same time, conceptual art was emerging as a response to the growing intellectualization of art. Artists like Sol LeWitt, Joseph Kosuth, and Lawrence Weiner embraced the idea that art could exist primarily in the realm of thought and language. For these artists, the concept behind the work became more important than its physical manifestation. LeWitt's wall drawings and Kosuth's 1 and 3 chairs, for instance, explored the relationship between language, meaning, and perception. They used written instructions, photographs, and diagrams to create works that were often intangible or ephemeral, further distancing themselves from traditional forms of artistic production. Both minimalism and conceptual art radically transformed the landscape of contemporary art by emphasizing idea over form and concept over aesthetic pleasure. They pushed the boundaries of what could be considered art, raising questions about the nature of creativity, the role of the artist, and the relationship between the viewer and the artwork. In doing so, they laid the groundwork for subsequent artistic movements that would continue to interrogate the very definition of art. The move toward simplicity and precision. The mid-20th century saw a significant shift in the art world, with a growing emphasis on simplicity and precision that characterized movements like minimalism and certain strands of conceptual art. This movement away from the complex emotional and gestural forms of earlier art was in response to the tumultuous socio-political landscape, as well as the increasing commercialization and commodification of culture. Artists sought to distill their works down to their most essential elements, creating pieces that stripped away unnecessary adornment and focused instead on clarity, precision, and objectivity. Minimalism, which emerged in the late 1950s and early 1960s, was one of the most prominent manifestations of this desire for simplicity. Artists such as Donald Judd, Dan Flavin, and Carl Andre rejected the dramatic flourishes of abstract expressionism in favor of geometric forms, industrial materials, and clean, unembellished lines. They viewed art not as a vehicle for emotional expression, but as a physical object that could be experienced directly. This precision was often achieved through the use of repetitive forms and the careful arrangement of materials. For example, Judd's boxes and Andre's floor sculptures were designed with precise measurements and arrangements, allowing the viewer to engage with the artwork as an object in space, devoid of any emotional or narrative content. The simplicity of minimalism sought to challenge traditional ideas of craftsmanship and subjectivity. By using mass-produced materials like steel, concrete, and plexiglass, artists eliminated the mark of the artist's hand, making the artwork appear impersonal and mechanical. The works themselves were often large, solid, and imposing, evoking a sense of neutrality and permanence. The idea was to focus on the physicality of the object and on the space around it, rather than on personal expression or the artist's individual perspective. At the same time, the shift towards simplicity and precision in conceptual art furthered this intellectualization of art. Artists such as Sol LeWitt and Joseph Kosuth explored the role of ideas in the creation of art. They often used written instructions, diagrams, and photographs to conceptualize their work, stripping away physical forms entirely. Lewitt's wall drawings and Kossuth's 1 and 3 chairs exemplify how art could be reduced to an idea or concept, bypassing traditional aesthetics altogether. This desire for precision and simplicity reflected a broader cultural trend towards efficiency, rationality, and order. In a world increasingly driven by technology and mass production, artists sought to create works that mirrored this precision, focusing on form, structure, and idea rather than personal expression. In doing so, they reshaped the boundaries of art, challenging both the artist's role and the viewer's expectations. Ultimately, this move toward simplicity and precision was not just a stylistic choice, but a statement about the changing nature of art and its place in the modern world. Donald Judd and the Essence of Form. Donald Judd, a leading figure in the minimalist movement, was instrumental in the evolution of contemporary art toward simplicity and precision. His work focused on reducing art to its most essential elements, form, color, and space, while rejecting traditional notions of artistic expression, narrative, and emotional depth. For Judd, art was not about conveying personal feelings or complex symbolism, but about creating pure visual experiences that focused on the object's physicality and the space it occupied. Through this focus, Judd revolutionized how art was perceived and engaged with by viewers. Judd's work is most famously associated with his use of geometric shapes, modular forms, and industrial materials. He often created three-dimensional works using materials such as steel, plexiglass, and aluminum, which were commonly found in industrial production. By utilizing these materials, he removed the hand of the artist and the traditional association with craftsmanship, emphasizing instead the object's inherent qualities. His specific objects, a term he coined to describe his sculptures, were neither paintings nor sculptures in the traditional sense. They were meant to exist in their own right, emphasizing physical presence, clean lines, and geometric purity. A key aspect of Judd's work was his emphasis on space and the relationship between the artwork and its environment. His sculptures were often designed to interact with the surrounding space, inviting the viewer to experience them from various angles and distances. The repetition of identical, often modular elements in his works, such as in his series of stacked boxes, contributed to a sense of order and balance that transcended any emotional or symbolic interpretation. The viewer's experience of the work was central, with Judd intentionally avoiding any symbolic meanings, aiming instead for an aesthetic experience that was both simple and profound. Judd's sculptures also placed great importance on the idea of neutrality. The work was meant to stand on its own without the need for context or narrative. The absence of metaphor or personal expression in his work reflected his belief that art should be autonomous and free from external influences. In contrast to earlier movements that emphasized individual expression, Judd believed art should be objective, clear, and direct, offering a fresh perspective on how art could engage with space and the viewer. Ultimately, Donald Judd's minimalist art explored the essence of form, focusing on the purity of geometry, material, and space. His approach was a bold rejection of past traditions and an invitation to engage with art in an entirely new way, stripping down complexity to reveal the inherent beauty of the simplest forms. Sol LeWitt and the Power of Ideas. Sol LeWitt, one of the central figures in conceptual art, redefined the role of the artist in the creation of artwork, focusing on the primacy of ideas rather than the final product itself. LeWitt's work embodied the shift from the traditional focus on the artist's hand and emotional expression toward the intellectual and conceptual aspects of art. His groundbreaking approach removed the necessity of a physical, finished piece created by the artist, instead prioritizing the idea or the concept behind the work, challenging viewers to engage with art in a more abstract and cerebral way. One of LeWitt's most influential contributions to art was his focus on systematic mathematical structures and the use of instructions as a means of creating art. In works like his famous wall drawings, Lewitt used written instructions to guide the execution of the piece, often involving a team of assistants to carry out the process. These instructions ranged from simple geometric patterns to intricate, repetitive designs, removing the artist's personal touch from the work entirely. The focus was placed on the conceptual framework that governed the piece, rather than on the craftsmanship or aesthetic qualities of the finished artwork. This move was radical because it emphasized that the idea behind the artwork could be just as valid as its physical form, with the execution of the work being secondary. Lewitt's assertion that the concept was paramount allowed his art to transcend the traditional boundaries of the medium. For example, his parallelogram wall drawing series involved creating precise geometric patterns based on the application of simple instructions, which could be replicated or modified in endless ways. The artist's role was reduced to that of a thinker who devised the rules, and it was the application of those rules that created the work itself. This conceptual approach challenged the notion of art as a visual product and suggested that the true value of art lay in its intellectual engagement, in its ability to stimulate thought and reflection. Lewitt's work also highlighted the notion of permanence and ephemerality in art. His wall drawings, in particular, were often temporary, meant to be executed and then eventually erased or altered, pushing the idea of art as a fleeting, evolving process rather than a static, fixed object. The artist's instructions and ideas were what remained constant, further emphasizing that it was the conceptual nature of the work that mattered most. In this way, Saul Lewitt's art was revolutionary, changing the way that artists and audiences alike approach the creation and experience of art. By focusing on ideas over execution, Lewitt expanded the definition of what art could be, establishing the groundwork for future generations of artists who would continue to explore the boundaries of conceptual and intellectual art. Performance and process art. In the 1960s and 1970s, a new wave of artistic expression emerged that moved beyond traditional mediums like painting and sculpture, focusing instead on the experience of art itself. This shift gave rise to two important movements: performance art and process art, which emphasized the act of creation and the involvement of the artist and the audience in the artwork. These movements rejected static, finished works and instead embraced ephemeral and participatory experiences, challenging the boundaries of what constituted art and expanding its definition. Performance art was a revolutionary approach that brought action and presence to the forefront. Artists began to use their bodies as the medium, creating live performances that could involve movement, speech, sound, and interaction with the audience. The work itself was often improvised or temporary, occurring only in the moment of the performance. Pioneers such as Marina Abramovich, Yoko Ono, and Alan Kaprow created performances that often dealt with themes of identity, ritual, and human vulnerability. Abramovich's Rhythm series, for example, explored the limits of physical endurance and human interaction, while Yoko Ono's Cut piece invited the audience to physically interact with her body, challenging ideas of vulnerability and control. For these artists, the act of performance was more important than the end result, and the art was meant to exist in a moment of time, emphasizing the transitory nature of the experience. The artist's presence and the relationship between the performer and the audience became key components of the work. By using their own bodies, these artists sought to break down the barrier between artist and audience, involving viewers directly in the experience and making them active participants in the creation of meaning. At the same time, process art emerged as a movement that focused on the act of creation itself. Unlike traditional art forms where the final product was the focus, process art placed emphasis on the methods and techniques involved in making the artwork. Artists such as Eva Hesse, Robert Morris, and Richard Serra explored materials and their manipulation, often creating works that were in a constant state of flux or change. In works like Hesse's Untitled, rope piece, the process of making was as important as the final outcome. The materials used, rubber, rope, and latex, were often chosen for their ability to change or degrade over time, reflecting the ongoing nature of the artistic process. Performance and process art both blurred the lines between art and life, emphasizing the physicality and temporality of art as an experience rather than a product. These movements challenged the traditional idea that art had to be permanent, static, and collectible, allowing for a new form of expression that was dynamic and evolving. Ultimately, they played a crucial role in reshaping the trajectory of contemporary art, laying the groundwork for subsequent movements that would continue to explore the relationship between art, audience, and experience. The role of space and perception. In 20th century art, a fundamental shift occurred in how artists approached space and perception, moving beyond traditional representations of space as a simple backdrop to a more dynamic, immersive experience. As artists began to experiment with new materials, techniques, and ideas, they challenged the conventional understanding of space and encouraged viewers to engage with art on a deeper, more perceptual level. The role of space in art evolved from being merely a physical area for objects to interact with to a conceptual element that could alter the viewer's experience and understanding of the artwork itself. A central aspect of this shift was the breakdown of the flat picture plane, which had dominated Western art since the Renaissance. Early modernists, like Pablo Picasso and George Braque, began to explore the possibilities of cubism, where the representation of space was fragmented, overlapping, and multidimensional. Instead of depicting an object from one viewpoint, they created works that showed multiple perspectives simultaneously. In doing so, they emphasized the fluidity and relativity of space, suggesting that perception is not fixed, but can be multiple and shifting. This approach to space opened the door to more experimental ways of engaging the viewer, shifting from representation to abstraction. Another significant evolution in the role of space and perception can be seen in the works of minimalist artists like Donald Judd and Dan Flavin. Their sculptures and installations actively engage the surrounding environment and space in ways that traditional art never had before. Judd's use of industrial materials and geometric shapes emphasized the physical presence of the artwork in relation to the space it occupied. His works were not simply placed within a gallery. They interacted with the surrounding environment, inviting viewers to experience them from multiple angles and distances. This shift in focus from purely visual composition to spatial interaction created a more immersive encounter with the art, one that invited the viewer to experience the work as part of their immediate surroundings, rather than something separate or isolated. In conceptual art and installation art, artists continue to push the boundaries of perception and space by creating works that transformed entire rooms or environments. Works by artists such as Sol LeWitt and Christo forced viewers to confront the very notion of space itself, making it an integral part of the artwork. LeWitt's wall drawings, for instance, required viewers to consider not just the imagery itself, but the entire wall and space it occupied, while Christo's wrapped monuments transformed public spaces into works of art, challenging the way viewers physically and psychologically interacted with familiar locations. The exploration of space and perception in 20th century art reflected a broader cultural interest in subjectivity and the complexities of human experience. By moving beyond traditional, static representations, artists created works that engaged with the viewer's body, mind, and sense of place, ultimately redefining the very essence of what art could be. These new approaches to space emphasize not only what could be seen, but how it was perceived, inviting a more active, personal interaction with art. Chapter 10: Postmodernism and Pluralism in Art. Postmodernism in art emerged in the late 20th century as a reaction against the ideals of modernism, which emphasized originality, universal truths, and the autonomy of art. Postmodern artists rejected these principles, embracing pluralism, fragmentation, and the blending of different styles, cultures, and historical periods. They sought to break down boundaries and explore multiple perspectives, questioning the very nature of art, truth, and reality. Postmodern art, characterized by its diversity of approaches, is often seen as a rejection of the idea of a single, cohesive narrative or artistic vision. A key characteristic of postmodernism is its embrace of eclecticism, the combining of elements from different styles, media, and cultures. This was seen in the work of artists like Jeff Koons and David Sal, who combined high and low culture, referencing both popular media and fine art traditions. Koons, for example, famously appropriated everyday objects and consumer products, elevating them to the status of art. His sculptures, such as the well-known Balloon Dog, playfully engage with the concepts of kitsch and mass production, challenging the traditional boundaries between fine art and commercialism. Another central aspect of postmodernism is the concept of pastiche, the imitation or borrowing of elements from various sources without concern for original meaning or context. Artists like Richard Prince and Sherry Levine appropriated iconic images and objects, recontextualizing them in a new framework. Prince's Cowboy series, which repurposed advertising images from Marlboro cigarette ads, raised questions about authorship, authenticity, and the commodification of imagery in a media-saturated society. Similarly, Levine's photographic reproductions of Edward Weston's famous images of nudes challenged the notion of originality and the value placed on the artist's hand in creating art. Postmodernism also emphasized deconstruction, a philosophical approach to understanding how meaning is constructed. Jean Baudrillard, Jacques Derrida, and other theorists inspired artists to question established truths and explore how cultural narratives shape perceptions of reality. In doing so, postmodern art often called attention to the constructed nature of art itself, highlighting how art is shaped by social, political, and economic forces. In terms of pluralism, postmodern art rejected the idea that there was a single way to approach or define art. The diverse range of styles, from neo-expressionism to conceptualism to video art, reflects a world in which art was no longer confined to a singular aesthetic or cultural norm. This openness to different forms and ideas allowed for a more inclusive and dynamic art world, one that reflected the multiplicity of voices and experiences in a globalized society. Ultimately, postmodernism in art was about diversity, questioning, and the embrace of complexity. It rejected the notion of a singular artistic truth, favoring instead a world in which meaning was fragmented and fluid, with no definitive answers, but many possibilities for interpretation. The pluralistic nature of postmodern art reflected the increasingly complex, interconnected world in which it was created, offering an art that was diverse, challenging, and continuously evolving. Questioning artistic authority and tradition. One of the defining features of postmodernism in art is its radical questioning of artistic authority and the traditions that had long governed the art world. Whereas modernism sought to define art through a set of elevated standards, celebrating originality, autonomy, and the artist as a genius figure, postmodernism undermined these very notions. Postmodern artists rejected the belief that art must follow certain established rules or be created by a single, individual genius. They actively challenged traditional hierarchies in art, questioning the very systems that determine what is considered valuable or legitimate. A central aspect of this questioning was the rejection of the concept of the masterpiece. Modernist art was often centered around iconic, revered works, pieces that were deemed to embody the pinnacle of human achievement and artistic endeavor. In contrast, postmodern artists embrace the idea that all art is contingent and that the value of a work could be ascribed by the viewer, the critic, or the institution, rather than being inherently fixed. For example, Andy Warhol's embrace of mass production and his factory approach to art creation challenged the idea of the solitary artist working in isolation to create unique, highly personal works. Warhol's use of factory assistants to produce his art, like the famous Campbell's soup cans, directly questioned the sanctity of the artist's individual touch. Artists also questioned the role of the art critic and the museum in determining what is considered important or valuable. With movements like conceptual art and performance art, artists sought to break free from the traditional framework of the art market and gallery space. Works of art were often ephemeral or site-specific, meant to be experienced in a specific time or place, which challenged the conventional notion of the artwork as a permanent, collectible object. This shift undermined the authority of the art world institutions that had historically dictated the meaning and value of art. The use of appropriation in postmodern art further interrogated ideas of authorship and originality. Artists like Sherry Levine and Richard Prince appropriated existing works, often by famous artists, and presented them as their own. By doing so, they raised questions about the legitimacy of the notion of originality in art, as well as the value of the artist's hand in creating a piece. This deconstruction of authorship challenged the conventional hierarchy of artist as sole creator and opened up new ways to think about the creative process and the role of culture in the production of art. Finally, postmodern artists also questioned traditional representations in art, particularly those related to gender, race, and identity. Artists such as Cindy Sherman, Barbara Kruger, and Gloria Anzaldúa explored issues of power, subjectivity, and representation. By presenting images that subverted stereotypical portrayals of women, minorities, and marginalized groups, they questioned how history, culture, and tradition had shaped the portrayal of individuals and their experiences. In sum, postmodernism was defined by its skepticism toward traditional artistic values and its desire to democratize art, placing importance on context, reception, and the viewer's engagement with the work rather than the artist's authority. By questioning the roles of artists, critics, institutions, and audiences, postmodernism sought to deconstruct the rigid power structures that had governed art history and to open up new avenues for artistic expression. The role of identity and politics in art. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the intersection of identity and politics became increasingly central to artistic practice. Artists from diverse backgrounds began to explore how personal identity, shaped by factors like race, gender, class, and sexuality, intersects with broader socio-political issues. Postmodern art, in particular, was a space where these concerns were brought to the forefront, challenging traditional narratives and calling attention to the often marginalized voices that had been excluded from the dominant art historical canon. By using their work as a platform for political expression, these artists not only questioned societal norms, but also created spaces for reflection, dialogue, and change. One of the key ways artists engaged with identity was by questioning representation and challenging stereotypes. For example, artists such as Cindy Sherman and Hannah Wilke examined the portrayal of women in media and art, using their work to explore the role of women in society and the ways in which their identities were constructed. Sherman's series of photographic self-portraits, in which she portrayed herself as a variety of characters, interrogated the notion of feminine identity and the performance of gender. Similarly, Wilke's work, which often incorporated humor and direct engagement with the viewer, highlighted the complex relationship between beauty, power, and sexualization, subverting traditional notions of the female body. Race and ethnicity were also central themes in postmodern art, as many artists began to challenge historical narratives of racial supremacy and colonialism. Kerry James Marshall, for example, used his figurative paintings to depict the Black experience in America, presenting subjects who were often excluded from Western art history. His works, which often reframe iconic European paintings with Black figures in place of the traditional white subjects, force the viewer to reconsider the art historical canon and its racial implications. In a similar vein, Gloria Anzaldúa, a Chicana feminist writer and artist, used her art to explore the complexities of cultural identity, especially for those straddling multiple cultures and identities. Her work addressed the intersection of language, gender, and border politics, especially as they related to her experiences as a Mexican-American woman. The political climate of the time also shaped much of the art created during this period. Works from Barbara Kruger, Jenny Holzer, and other conceptual artists frequently incorporated text as a means of communicating political messages directly to the viewer. Kruger's bold slogans, such as "Your body is a battleground," addressed issues like feminism, consumerism, and power structures, while Holzer used public space to display provocative statements aimed at questioning authority, societal norms, and individual rights. These artists recognized the potential of art to provoke thought, inspire activism, and expose societal injustices. Furthermore, queer and LGBTQ+ artists also began to assert their voices, creating art that explored the intersection of sexuality and politics. David Wojnarowicz and Robert Mapplethorpe, for instance, made work that addressed the AIDS crisis, sexual liberation, and the stigmatization of queer identities. Their work sought to confront prejudice, homophobia, and institutional neglect, while simultaneously celebrating the resilience and vitality of marginalized communities. Ultimately, the role of identity and politics in postmodern and contemporary art was pivotal in reshaping the art world. Artists used their work not only to express their personal experiences, but also to engage with broader political and social issues. By centering the voices of those who had been silenced or marginalized, they transformed art into a platform for activism and a means of challenging dominant power structures. Neo-Expressionism and the return of the figure. Neo-Expressionism emerged in the late 1970s and 1980s as a powerful reaction against the conceptual and minimalist tendencies that had dominated the art world in the previous decades. This movement marked a return to the human figure, vivid color, and emotional intensity, breaking away from the restrained, cerebral qualities that defined much of the art of the 1960s and 1970s. Neo-expressionist artists sought to reintroduce subjectivity, emotion, and raw physical engagement with materials which had been de-emphasized during the earlier part of the century. It was a movement driven by the desire to explore the depths of human experience, often through distorted, exaggerated figures and emotionally charged compositions. At the heart of Neo-expressionism was the recovery of figuration, the return of recognizable human forms, often portrayed in exaggerated or distorted ways. This marked a significant departure from the abstraction and minimalism that had previously reigned in the art world. In works by artists like Jean-Michel Basquiat, Anselm Kiefer, and Julian Schnabel, the human body was often depicted in a raw, fragmented, or distorted state. These figures conveyed the psychological tensions and existential struggles of the era, reflecting both personal and collective trauma. In Basquiat works, for instance, the human figure often appears as an icon of urban suffering, poverty, and marginalization, rendered in aggressive brushstrokes and vivid color to emphasize the emotional intensity of the subjects. The movement was also influenced by the broader cultural and political climate of the time. The late 20th century was a period marked by upheaval, economic challenges, and social change, and neo-expressionist artists were eager to engage with these turbulent realities. They sought to address topics such as war, identity, and personal anguish, often drawing upon their own experiences as well as global events. For instance, Kiefer's work frequently delves into the aftermath of World War II and the legacy of Nazi Germany, using somber materials like lead and ash to convey the weight of history. His paintings, which blend figurative elements with abstract landscapes, confront the horrors of the past while questioning Germany's collective memory and its impact on the present. Neo-Expressionism also marked a departure from the cool, detached aesthetic of much contemporary art. It embraced a return to emotive painting, where artists used bold color, intense brushwork, and dramatic imagery to engage the viewer on a visceral level. This emphasis on emotion and gesture was seen as a way of reclaiming the human experience from the impersonal, conceptual approaches of the preceding decades. The movement was also seen as a counterpoint to the emerging globalization and commercialization of the art world, positioning itself as a fiercely individualistic response to the commodification of culture. Overall, Neo-Expressionism was an assertion of artistic freedom and a rejection of the intellectualization of art that had dominated much of the mid-20th century. By bringing back the human figure, emphasizing emotion, and using the language of gesture and color, Neo-Expressionist artists brought a sense of urgency and immediacy to their work, reflecting the complexity of the modern world. It was a movement that reclaimed the power of art to express the depth and drama of human existence, engaging with contemporary struggles in a way that felt both personal and universally relevant. Appropriation and the remixing of culture. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the concept of appropriation became a central theme in contemporary art. Appropriation in this context refers to the act of taking elements from existing works of art, popular culture, or historical references and recontextualizing them within a new artistic framework. This practice often involved remixing cultural symbols, images, or ideas to challenge the boundaries between high and low culture, originality and imitation, and artistic authority. Artists engaged with appropriation not just to question the notions of authorship and originality, but also to explore the cultural power dynamics and social meanings embedded within the borrowed materials. One of the most notable examples of appropriation in art came from the pop art movement, where artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein famously appropriated commercial imagery. Warhol, for instance, took familiar mass-produced products like Campbell's soup cans and transformed them into art, blurring the lines between artificiality and authenticity and elevating everyday objects to the level of high culture. His use of mass production techniques, like silkscreen printing, further emphasized the idea that art could be industrialized and that the creative process was not limited to the artist's hand, but could be delegated and mechanized. Artists from the appropriation art movement in the 1980s, such as Sherry Levine and Richard Prince, carried the practice further by directly copying or reinterpreting works by famous artists or photographs from popular culture. Levine's series of photographs of Walker Evans images challenged the notion of authorship by presenting Evans' works as her own, questioning the idea that an artwork's meaning was bound to its creator. Richard Prince, in his Cowboys series, appropriated Marlboro cigarette advertisements, transforming them into new artistic expressions that interrogated the very nature of masculinity, commercialism, and the American myth. In the context of postmodern art, appropriation also became a tool for addressing issues of identity, race, and gender. Artists such as Barbara Kruger used text-based appropriated imagery to challenge mainstream conceptions of power, consumerism, and the role of women in society. Kruger's Your Body is a Battleground series, for example, used familiar advertising visuals to subvert their messages, creating works that question the way cultural norms shape individual identity, especially regarding women's bodies and rights. Appropriation has also become an essential tool for artists working within the digital realm, where the remixing of culture is an integral part of internet culture. Artists like Jody and Pablo Garcia have explored how digital tools enable endless manipulation and reconfiguration of existing media, furthering the discussion about copyright, creativity, and the ethics of remixing. In this context, appropriation challenges not only traditional ideas of authorship, but also legal boundaries, as artists engage with popular culture in ways that often blur the lines between remix and copyright infringement. Ultimately, appropriation serves as a means for artists to engage critically with the world around them, using familiar imagery to question the very systems that produce and control cultural meaning. By remixing culture, these artists draw attention to the fluid, often contested nature of cultural products, emphasizing how meaning is constantly shaped, shifted, and reinterpreted. Whether through the reuse of mass media symbols, historical references, or digital content, appropriation in art highlights the interconnectedness of cultural production and forces viewers to reconsider the value, authorship, and implications of the art they encounter. The expansion of art forms, video, installation, and digital media. As the 20th century gave way to the 21st, the boundaries of art expanded far beyond traditional media, such as painting and sculpture. The rise of video, installation, and digital media ushered in a new era in which artists began to explore different ways of engaging with their audiences. These mediums enabled artists to create dynamic, immersive experiences that challenged the viewer's perceptions of space, time, and reality. Through these innovations, artists not only redefined artistic practice, but also reimagined how art could be experienced and consumed in a rapidly changing world. Video art, emerging in the 1960s, was one of the most significant shifts in the landscape of contemporary art. Artists like Namjoon Paik, who is often considered the father of video art, began to experiment with the possibilities of television and video technology as artistic tools. Paik's works, such as his famous TV Buddha, used the television as both a medium and a subject, exploring the intersection of technology, spirituality, and the human experience. Video art allowed artists to move away from static objects and instead work with time-based media, integrating movement, sound, and narrative to create multisensory works. Over time, video art also evolved into more complex forms, including video installations, where video is displayed in unique, site-specific environments that engage with physical space. Installation art emerged as another innovative form that broke with traditional gallery conventions. Unlike painting or sculpture, which are often displayed on a wall or pedestal, installation art involves the creation of an entire environment, often designed to transform the viewer's experience of a space. Artists like Marina Abramović and Christo have used installation to immerse viewers in a world of their own creation, where the boundaries between the art and the viewer become blurred. Abramović's performances, which are sometimes incorporated into installations, challenge physical and emotional endurance, asking the audience to confront their own vulnerability and presence. Christo, on the other hand, redefined large-scale art by wrapping entire buildings or landscapes in fabric, offering new perspectives on the relationship between the natural and built environments. In the digital age, digital media has further expanded the possibilities for artistic expression. Artists now use computers, virtual reality, VR, artificial intelligence, AI, and interactive technologies to create works that engage with themes of identity, reality, and technology. Raphael Lozano-Hemmer, for example, creates interactive installations where the audience's movements or actions trigger responses from the artwork, making the viewer an integral part of the work. These new media forms question the very nature of authorship and the role of the audience, who is no longer a passive viewer, but an active participant in the creative process. The expansion of art forms into video, installation, and digital media has fundamentally altered the way art is experienced and understood. These media allow for greater interactivity, immersion, and engagement, offering new ways to explore contemporary issues such as technology, globalization, and identity. In doing so, they push the boundaries of what art can be, creating spaces for experimentation, exploration, and critical reflection in an increasingly complex world. The ongoing evolution of these forms suggests that art will continue to adapt and change in response to technological advancements and shifting cultural landscapes. Chapter 11, Globalization and Contemporary Art. In the 21st century, globalization has had a profound impact on contemporary art, influencing how artists create, exhibit, and distribute their work. The process of globalization, marked by the increasing interconnectedness of the world through technology, travel, and communication, has transformed the art world, allowing for a broader exchange of ideas, styles, and cultural influences. Artists today are no longer confined by geographical boundaries, and their work reflects a global perspective, addressing both local and international issues in ways that resonate with diverse audiences. One of the key effects of globalization on contemporary art is the blurring of cultural boundaries. Artists no longer work solely within the context of their own national or cultural traditions. Instead, they engage with a vast array of influences from around the world, creating hybrid forms that combine different cultural references, techniques, and philosophies. This cultural exchange has led to the emergence of cross-cultural practices that challenge traditional notions of identity, authenticity, and artistic ownership. For example, artists like Yayoi Kusama from Japan, Ai Weiwei from China, and El Anatsui from Ghana incorporate global themes and materials into their work, creating art that speaks to both local and universal concerns, such as human rights, global migration, and environmental sustainability. Another significant impact of globalization on contemporary art is the rise of international art markets and biennials. As the art world has become more interconnected, art fairs, auctions, and global exhibitions have allowed artists to gain visibility beyond their local contexts. Events like the Venice Biennale, Documenta in Kassel, and Art Basel in Miami provide platforms for artists from all over the world to showcase their work to a global audience, creating a more democratic and inclusive art world. These events foster a sense of artistic exchange and provide opportunities for artists to collaborate across borders, contributing to the diversity of ideas and practices that define contemporary art today. Globalization has also shifted the focus of contemporary art to address global issues. Artists are increasingly tackling topics such as climate change, immigration, economic disparity, and political conflict through their work. For example, Banksy, the anonymous British street artist, uses his art to critique capitalism, war, and social inequality on a global scale. Similarly, Olafur Eliasson creates immersive installations that raise awareness about environmental challenges, encouraging viewers to reflect on the impact of human activity on the planet. The accessibility of digital tools and social media has further accelerated the global reach of contemporary art. Artists can now connect with audiences worldwide, sharing their work instantly through platforms like Instagram, YouTube, and ArtStation. This has democratized the art world, allowing emerging artists from previously underrepresented regions to gain international recognition without relying on traditional gallery systems. Social media has also made it easier for global movements, such as Black Lives Matter and Me Too, to intersect with art, giving artists the power to participate in social activism and contribute to cultural and political dialogue. Overall, globalization has reshaped the contemporary art landscape, fostering a more interconnected, diverse, and dynamic art world. As artists continue to engage with global issues and cultural exchange, contemporary art will increasingly reflect the complexities and challenges of our interconnected world, inviting viewers to think critically about the future of both art and society. The impact of global markets on art. The rise of global markets has dramatically reshaped the landscape of contemporary art, influencing both its creation and consumption. As the art world has become more interconnected, the financial aspects of art have increasingly played a role in determining the value and visibility of artworks. Globalization, coupled with the expansion of art markets, has had significant consequences for artists, collectors, galleries, and institutions, while also raising important questions about the role of art in an economically driven society. One of the most prominent effects of global markets on art is the internationalization of the art trade. Art is no longer confined to local or regional markets. Instead, it is bought, sold, and traded on a global scale. Art fairs such as Art Basel in Switzerland, Frieze in London and New York, and Biennale exhibitions in Venice and Sao Paulo have become major hubs for international commerce, where collectors and galleries from all over the world converge to buy and sell artworks. The growing importance of these events has allowed artists from diverse cultural backgrounds to reach wider audiences and gain international recognition. However, this internationalization has also led to the rise of a more market-driven approach to art, where the financial value of a work can sometimes overshadow its cultural or aesthetic significance. The influence of the global art market has led to an increased emphasis on art as a form of investment. Many high-profile collectors view art not only as a vehicle for personal expression, but as a financial asset that can appreciate in value over time. The record-breaking auction sales of works by Picasso, Andy Warhol, and more recently, Jeff Koons highlight the growing role of art in wealth management. Auction houses like Sotheby's and Christie's have become central players in this market, attracting significant global attention and driving the prices of contemporary art to astronomical levels. This trend has led to concerns about the commodification of art, where works are sometimes viewed primarily as status symbols or financial assets rather than as meaningful artistic expressions. The global market's influence is also seen in the increased dominance of a small group of internationally recognized artists whose work commands the highest prices. As a result, many emerging artists face challenges in breaking into the mainstream market, often relying on galleries and auction houses to help them gain visibility. The competition to gain recognition in this system can sometimes result in artists tailoring their work to appeal to the tastes and preferences of collectors or curators, rather than pursuing personal or experimental artistic visions. This market-driven approach has also contributed to the rise of art stars, individuals whose fame and market value often transcend the work itself, sometimes overshadowing emerging voices in the art world. However, the global art market has also led to a democratization of art in some respects. The rise of online art platforms, such as Saatchi Art and Artspur, has made it easier for collectors and buyers to access works from artists around the world. These platforms have helped broaden the market beyond traditional galleries and auction houses, allowing artists from previously marginalized regions to sell their work and gain recognition. The internet and social media platforms like Instagram have also played a significant role in promoting artists and expanding their reach, enabling them to connect directly with global audiences and build their own markets. Overall, the impact of global markets on art is complex, as it both enhances opportunities for exposure and recognition, while also introducing new pressures and challenges related to the commodification and commercialization of creative expression. As art continues to be shaped by these market forces, artists, collectors, and institutions must navigate a world where economic considerations play an increasingly central role in the art world's dynamics. Street art and activism. Street art has evolved far beyond its origins in graffiti, emerging as a powerful form of political activism and social commentary. Rooted in urban environments, street art often serves as a tool for marginalized voices to challenge societal norms, critique authority, and raise awareness of pressing issues. While initially perceived as illicit or rebellious, street art has gained widespread recognition as a legitimate art form that engages with public space in unique and meaningful ways. The rebellious nature of street art, which often bypasses traditional art institutions, allows artists to communicate directly with the public in a manner that is immediate and unmediated. Artists like Banksy, Shepard Fairey, and Keith Haring have used the streets as their canvas to address social injustices, politics, and human rights issues. Their works are often laden with satire, irony, and visual metaphors that force viewers to reconsider dominant narratives. For instance, Banksy's politically charged pieces, such as his famous image of a protester throwing flowers, use humor and subversion to critique war, capitalism, and inequality. This subversive quality of street art allows it to resonate with a wide audience, reaching those who may not typically engage with the conventional art world. One of the defining features of street art is its ephemeral nature. Unlike traditional works of art that are often confined to galleries or museums, street art exists in the public realm, frequently subject to vandalism or erasure by authorities. This impermanence is integral to its message. Street art is often a reaction to the moment, responding to current events, social movements, or political climates. The fleeting quality of street art can amplify its power, as it can be erased or altered before it has a chance to be fully documented or understood. The act of creation itself, often done without permission, adds an element of resistance to the work, challenging the commercial and institutional systems that govern the art world. Street art's connection to activism is particularly evident in the ways it engages with global issues. The medium has become a tool for protest and social change, providing a platform for artists to highlight issues such as racial inequality, gender discrimination, climate change, and human rights. The 2008 financial crisis and subsequent protests gave rise to a wave of politically charged street art that critiqued capitalist systems and their impact on the global population. During the Black Lives Matter movement, street art became a means of commemorating victims of police violence and expressing solidarity with the cause. The Me Too movement similarly saw an outpouring of street art calling for gender equality and justice. Moreover, street art fosters a sense of community and collective identity. It often appears in public spaces, on walls, buildings, and streets, where it can be viewed by anyone, regardless of background or social status. This accessibility allows street art to become a vehicle for shared expression, where local communities can come together to voice their concerns or celebrate their cultural identity. It creates dialogue between artists and the public, inviting individuals to engage with the work in a personal and immediate way. In conclusion, street art's evolution from a form of urban rebellion to a powerful means of activism and social commentary reflects its ability to address and challenge contemporary issues. Its direct engagement with the public, its subversive nature, and its focus on issues of justice and equality make it a vital force in contemporary art and culture. Whether through the bold statements of Banksy, the graphic designs of Ferry, or the iconic works of Herring, street art continues to inspire social change and provoke thought, proving that art is a powerful tool for activism and transformation. The role of museums and biennials. Museums and biennials play crucial roles in the contemporary art world, serving as both cultural institutions and platforms for artists to gain recognition and for audiences to engage with new ideas and innovative artistic expressions. These institutions are central to the way art is presented, interpreted, and consumed, influencing how art is understood in different cultural and social contexts. Museums, as permanent institutions, provide a space for the collection, preservation, and exhibition of art. They have the ability to create narratives around art history, culture, and societal shifts. Major museums, such as the Museum of Modern Art in New York, the Tate Modern in London, and the Centre Pompidou in Paris, serve as guardians of artistic heritage while also showcasing the most significant contemporary works. These museums help define the canon of modern and contemporary art, determining which artists and movements are included in historical discourse. However, the role of museums has come under scrutiny in recent years, as questions arise about the criteria for inclusion, the influence of private collectors, and the institution's relationships with the art market. In response, museums have made efforts to diversify their collections and programming to include artists from underrepresented regions and cultures. Biennials, on the other hand, are temporary, large-scale exhibitions that occur every 2 years in cities across the world. Examples include the Venice Biennale, the Sao Paulo Biennale, and the Documenta in Kassel, Germany. These exhibitions have become essential platforms for contemporary artists to present new work to an international audience. Biennials are often seen as a barometer of the global art scene, offering insight into the directions in which contemporary art is moving. Unlike museums, which tend to showcase established artists, biennials focus on presenting the latest trends and emerging voices, often emphasizing experimental and cutting-edge practices. This gives artists a chance to receive critical attention and recognition on a global scale, helping them to secure international representation and further their careers. Biennials also contribute to the cultural fabric of the cities in which they take place, transforming public spaces into dynamic venues for artistic exchange. They attract large crowds, fostering tourism and stimulating local economies. More than just art exhibitions, biennials often serve as sites for dialogue and discussion, where curators, critics, artists, and audiences come together to reflect on the themes of the exhibition and the issues facing society. While museums and biennials have distinct roles, they are both intertwined in shaping the discourse around contemporary art. Museums often play a role in archiving the history of art movements that are first presented in biennials, while biennials provide museums with insight into current trends and the latest artistic innovations. Together, these institutions not only create visibility for art and artists, but also contribute to the global conversation about the role of art in society. As such, museums and biennials continue to be essential in the development and dissemination of contemporary art, bridging the gap between creators and audiences across the world. The influence of non-Western artists. In recent decades, non-Western artists have increasingly shaped the global art scene, challenging the dominance of Western artistic traditions and offering fresh perspectives that reflect diverse cultural, social, and political contexts. Their contributions have helped broaden the scope of contemporary art, pushing boundaries and enriching the dialogue between different art worlds. Non-Western artists have not only brought their unique visions to the forefront, but have also played a critical role in deconstructing the Western-centric view of art history. Historically, the Western canon of art has dominated international exhibitions, museum collections, and academic discourse, often sidelining the contributions from Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America. However, as globalization has intensified, there has been a significant shift, with non-Western artists gaining visibility in prestigious biennials, galleries, and art fairs. This has resulted in a more inclusive and multifaceted approach to contemporary art, reflecting the complexities of a rapidly changing world. Artists from outside the Western tradition have brought with them a range of cultural practices, traditional techniques, and unique modes of expression that enrich global art movements. One notable example is the Nigerian artist Elanatsui, whose large-scale installations made from discarded materials, such as bottle caps and aluminum, have garnered widespread acclaim. His work speaks to themes of consumerism, waste, and the complex history of colonialism in Africa. Similarly, the work of Yayoi Kusama from Japan, with her iconic use of polka dots and infinity rooms, has had a significant impact on the global art world, transcending geographical and cultural boundaries. Kusama's exploration of obsession, infinity, and the self resonates with diverse audiences while offering a distinctly Asian perspective. The influence of non-Western artists is also evident in the increasing recognition of indigenous artists and their efforts to preserve and celebrate traditional practices through contemporary mediums. Artists like Tara Day from the United States, an indigenous woman working with textiles, and Emily Kame-Nangwarai, an Aboriginal Australian artist, have introduced rich cultural narratives and symbolic imagery into contemporary art, challenging both the Western art market and the dominant cultural narratives. Non-Western artists also play an important role in addressing social and political issues that often go unnoticed in the West. For instance, Chinese artists such as Ai Weiwei have used art to critique government policies and address human rights issues, while Brazilian artists like Adriana Varjão examine themes of colonization and cultural identity. These artists employ diverse mediums, from sculpture and photography to performance and video, creating works that challenge the viewer to rethink the dominant global narratives. The influence of non-Western artists has expanded the definition of what constitutes contemporary art, making it more inclusive, varied, and reflective of the world's diverse cultures. As the art world becomes increasingly interconnected, the contributions of non-Western artists will continue to shape the global dialogue, fostering a richer, more complex understanding of the interconnectedness of global cultures and histories. Their work reminds us that art is not a monolith, but a dynamic, ever-evolving conversation that encompasses multiple perspectives and voices. The evolution of digital and new media art. The evolution of digital and new media art represents one of the most significant transformations in the art world in recent decades, driven by advancements in technology and the increasing role of digital tools in everyday life. This shift has expanded the ways in which artists create, interact with audiences, and push the boundaries of artistic expression. Digital and new media art encompasses a wide array of practices, including video art, digital painting, interactive installations, and virtual reality, all of which engage with technology in innovative ways. The early stages of digital art can be traced back to the 1950s and 1960s, when artists began experimenting with computer-generated imagery and the idea of art created through new technologies. One of the pioneering figures of this movement was Frieder Nacke, a German artist who used algorithms to create geometric drawings, and Harold Cohen, who developed an artificial intelligence program named Aaron to generate drawings autonomously. These early works established the groundwork for what would later become a global phenomenon, though at that point, digital art was still a niche interest. As technology advanced, so too did the possibilities for artists. In the 1990s, the rise of the internet, personal computers, and digital imaging software democratized access to tools for artistic creation. Programs like Photoshop allowed artists to manipulate digital images in ways that were previously impossible with traditional media. At the same time, the increasing availability of digital cameras and editing software paved the way for the rise of video art and film experimentation. Artists like Bill Viola and Namjoon Paik utilized video technology to create immersive, multimedia installations that explored the relationship between time, space, and perception. With the advent of the internet and social media in the early 2000s, new media art experienced an even more significant transformation. Artists began to use the web as a platform for creating and distributing their work, with online projects and virtual exhibitions becoming integral to the art world. Net art, for instance, emerged as a genre where artists create works that exist purely in the digital realm, engaging with the internet's decentralized and interactive nature. Works in this genre often explore the implications of online culture, the flow of information, and the changing nature of human interaction in the digital age. The 2010s saw the introduction of new technologies such as virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and artificial intelligence, AI, into the world of art. These technologies provided artists with even more immersive and dynamic tools for creation. Artists like Marina Abramovic began exploring VR as a way to deepen audience engagement, while Rafik Anadol used AI to create stunning, data-driven visual experiences. The advent of blockchain and NFTs, non-fungible tokens, has also led to the growth of digital art markets, allowing artists to sell their works directly to buyers without intermediaries, further democratizing access to art. The evolution of digital and new media art has fundamentally altered the relationship between artist, artwork, and audience. Digital tools allow for greater experimentation, interactivity, and global reach, breaking down traditional barriers and opening up new avenues for creative expression. As technology continues to advance, it is likely that digital and new media art will continue to evolve, shaping the future of artistic practice in ways that are impossible to predict. However, what remains clear is that this artistic revolution is here to stay, with the digital realm offering endless possibilities for innovation and new forms of artistic engagement. Chapter 12: The Future of Art in the 21st Century. The future of art in the 21st century is an exciting and uncertain terrain, shaped by rapid technological advances, shifting societal dynamics, and new modes of cultural expression. As art continues to evolve, it reflects the broader changes in the world, such as globalization, digitalization, and the ongoing dialogue surrounding identity, politics, and environmental concerns. The next phase of artistic development will likely involve the convergence of traditional practices with innovative mediums, expanding the very definition of what art can be. One of the most significant drivers of art's future is the continuing integration of technology. Digital art, already a dominant force, will likely see even greater advances as technologies like virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and artificial intelligence, AI, become more sophisticated. Artists are increasingly using these tools to create immersive, interactive experiences that transcend the limitations of the physical world. VR and AR have already begun to offer new ways of engaging with art, allowing viewers to step inside artworks or interact with them in real time. In the future, this interactivity may evolve even further, creating a more personalized, participatory form of art that blends virtual and physical experiences. The rise of blockchain technology and NFTs, non-fungible tokens, will also significantly impact the art world, particularly in terms of ownership and distribution. Blockchain offers a new way of proving the authenticity and provenance of digital artworks, ensuring artists are compensated for their work in a decentralized, transparent manner. NFTs, which allow digital art to be bought and sold as unique assets, are transforming the art market, opening new possibilities for artists to directly connect with collectors. This shift to digital ownership could reshape the value systems that have long governed the traditional art world, offering new opportunities for artists to gain financial recognition in the age of the internet. Moreover, the social and political climate will continue to influence the direction of contemporary art. As global crises such as climate change, social justice movements, and political upheaval continue to unfold, artists are likely to respond with powerful works that reflect and comment on these issues. The role of art as a tool for activism and social change will grow more prominent, with many artists focusing on raising awareness, challenging power structures, and envisioning alternative futures. The future of art will also witness the further blurring of boundaries between disciplines. The separation between art and other fields, such as science, technology, and design, is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Artists will continue to collaborate with scientists, engineers, and technologists to create works that merge scientific exploration with artistic expression, resulting in new genres that challenge traditional definitions of art. Finally, the democratization of art through digital platforms and social media will empower a new generation of artists, enabling them to share their work globally without the traditional gatekeepers of galleries or museums. This shift will likely give rise to more diverse voices, further expanding the range of perspectives and themes in contemporary art. As the world becomes more interconnected, art will continue to evolve, reflecting the complexities and possibilities of the 21st century in ways that are yet to be fully imagined. The rise of AI and generative art. The rise of artificial intelligence, AI, in the realm of art has been one of the most significant developments in contemporary creative practices, pushing the boundaries of artistic production and raising questions about authorship, creativity, and the role of technology in the creative process. Generative art, which uses algorithms, machine learning, and AI to create artworks autonomously or with minimal human intervention is quickly gaining prominence as a new frontier in art making. AI-powered art represents a shift from traditional methods of creation, where artists directly manipulate materials to create their vision. Instead, AI and machine learning allow for the generation of art through the processing of vast amounts of data and the identification of patterns. This approach often involves training algorithms on large data sets, whether images, sounds, or text, and allowing the AI to produce works that may be unexpected or even surreal. The result is art that is often highly experimental, challenging our conventional understanding of authorship and creativity. One of the most influential figures in this movement is Refik Anadol, whose works explore the intersection of AI and immersive environments. His installations use machine learning algorithms to analyze and transform data into dynamic visual experiences, offering viewers an entirely new way of perceiving and engaging with art. Similarly, Mario Klingemann is known for creating AI-generated art that delves into the creative potential of neural networks, exploring the relationship between human imagination and machine-generated output. AI's role in art is not limited to the creation of visual pieces. In recent years, AI has been used in music composition, poetry, and even performance art. AI programs like OpenAI's GPT-3 and JukeDeck have been employed to generate original written content or compose music in various styles. These AI systems learn from existing works, mimicking the patterns and characteristics of human-created art, but introducing elements of unpredictability and novelty that challenge traditional artistic norms. While the use of AI in art raises philosophical questions about authorship, can a machine be considered an artist, or is the human behind the algorithm the true creator? It also opens up exciting possibilities. Generative art removes some of the constraints of human limitations, allowing for the creation of complex, intricate works that might be impossible for humans to produce unaided. Moreover, it enables a new kind of collaboration between artist and machine, where the artist becomes both a creator and a facilitator, guiding the AI while allowing it to explore its own creative potential. AI-generated art has also sparked significant interest in the art market, with works created by AI selling at auction for high prices. This has led to debates about the commodification of machine-made art and whether it challenges or reinforces the established structures of the art world. The rise of AI and generative art signals a transformative moment in the evolution of art. As AI technology continues to develop, its role in art making will likely expand, offering new opportunities for artistic expression, collaboration, and experimentation. While it raises important questions about the nature of creativity and the relationship between humans and machines, AI-driven art is undeniably reshaping the landscape of contemporary art, paving the way for a future in which the line between human and machine-made creativity becomes increasingly blurred. NFTs and the digital art market. The emergence of non-fungible tokens, NFTs, has profoundly transformed the landscape of the digital art market, creating new opportunities for artists, collectors, and investors alike. NFTs are unique digital assets that use blockchain technology to prove ownership and authenticity, making them ideal for the sale and trade of digital artworks. Unlike cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin or Ethereum, which are interchangeable, NFTs are one-of-a-kind tokens that represent specific items, often tied to digital files like images, videos, music, or even virtual real estate. The rise of NFTs has not only revolutionized the way art is bought and sold, but also sparked debates about the future of art ownership, the value of digital creations, and the environmental impact of blockchain technology. One of the key attractions of NFTs is their ability to provide a secure and transparent way of establishing provenance in the digital realm. Before NFTs, digital artworks were easily replicable, which posed a challenge for artists to establish ownership and for collectors to authenticate their purchases. With NFTs, the blockchain records the creation, sale, and ownership history of an artwork, ensuring that the original creator is credited and compensated whenever the artwork changes hands. This feature has been especially appealing to digital artists, many of whom have struggled to monetize their work in the past due to the ease of copying and sharing files online. The popularity of NFTs in the digital art world reached a tipping point in 2021 when high-profile sales like Beeple's Everyday's The First 5,000 Days fetched an astounding $69 million at a Christie's auction. This sale marked a watershed moment in the art market, as it demonstrated the potential for digital art to achieve the same levels of financial success as traditional works. In the wake of this sale, many artists, both established and emerging, began to mint their own NFTs, offering exclusive pieces to collectors through platforms like OpenSea, SuperRare, and Rarible. As a result, the digital art market has exploded, with millions of dollars changing hands and new art ecosystems developing around NFT platforms. Despite the excitement surrounding NFTs, the digital art market is not without its controversies. One of the main concerns is the environmental impact of blockchain technology, particularly the energy consumption associated with Ethereum, the blockchain most commonly used for NFTs. Critics argue that the carbon footprint of minting and trading NFTs undermines their value as sustainable, ethical investments. Additionally, there are ongoing debates about the long-term viability of NFTs and whether the hype surrounding them is a bubble waiting to burst. Another point of contention is the democratizing potential of NFTs. While NFTs have opened up new opportunities for artists to sell their work directly to collectors, bypassing traditional art institutions like galleries and auction houses, they have also raised concerns about the commodification of art. Some critics argue that NFTs have turned art into a speculative asset, where the focus is more on financial gain than on the intrinsic value of the work itself. Despite these challenges, NFTs and the digital art market are likely to continue evolving. As new technologies emerge and platforms mature, the NFT space could become more sustainable and accessible, creating a future where digital art is recognized and valued on its own terms. Ultimately, NFTs have reshaped the way we think about ownership, creation, and the commercialization of art in the digital age. Whether they represent a fleeting trend or a lasting shift in the art world remains to be seen, but their impact on the digital art market is undeniable. Environmental art and sustainability. Environmental art has emerged as a powerful medium through which artists address pressing issues related to the environment, climate change, and sustainability. Over the past few decades, this genre has grown in significance as the world faces increasing environmental challenges, such as pollution, deforestation, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Environmental art not only aims to raise awareness of these issues, but also seeks to inspire action and reflect on the relationship between humans and the natural world. By incorporating nature into the creative process and using materials that are sustainable or derived from the environment itself, environmental artists aim to offer both aesthetic experiences and meaningful commentary on our impact on the planet. One of the defining features of environmental art is its engagement with the natural landscape. Many environmental artists create site-specific works that are designed to respond to or interact with the land, weather, and ecosystems in which they are placed. These works are often temporary, engaging with nature's processes and cycles, such as erosion, growth, or decay. For instance, artists like Andy Goldsworthy use natural materials like leaves, stones, and ice to create intricate, ephemeral sculptures that reflect the transient nature of the world around us. Goldsworthy's work encourages viewers to consider the beauty of nature, while also acknowledging the impermanence of all things. Environmental art can also be more directly political, aiming to challenge harmful environmental practices or raise awareness about sustainability. Works that address issues like pollution, resource depletion, or the consequences of industrialization often serve as critiques of modern society's exploitation of the environment. Chris Jordan, for example, uses photography to capture the devastating effects of mass consumerism, such as his series Running the Numbers, which depicts the scale of waste, overconsumption, and environmental degradation. Through such visual representations, artists urge society to reconsider its patterns of consumption and strive for more sustainable living practices. In recent years, environmental artists have increasingly focused on eco-art and sustainable materials, incorporating recycled materials, organic elements, or locally sourced resources into their work. By doing so, they make a statement about the importance of reducing waste, reusing materials, and minimizing ecological footprints. The Green Movement has encouraged a growing number of artists to use their practice as a platform for exploring eco-conscious solutions to environmental issues, emphasizing the power of art to inspire change. Environmental art has also moved beyond traditional mediums to embrace digital technologies and virtual spaces. Interactive installations that simulate environmental processes or digital art that visualizes environmental data help audiences engage with sustainability in new and innovative ways. These works can provide viewers with a deeper understanding of environmental issues by making abstract concepts like climate data or pollution statistics more tangible and emotionally resonant. Ultimately, environmental art serves as both a mirror and a guide for navigating our complex relationship with nature. By confronting environmental destruction and promoting sustainability through art, artists encourage the public to reflect on the urgency of these global challenges and to consider their own role in preserving the planet for future generations. Through the power of creativity, environmental art has the potential to shape cultural attitudes and inspire more responsible, sustainable ways of living. Art in the age of social media. In the digital age, social media has dramatically transformed the way art is created, shared, and consumed. Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter have become essential tools for artists, offering a direct and instantaneous connection to global audiences. Artists no longer need to rely on galleries, museums, or traditional exhibition spaces to showcase their work. Instead, social media enables them to reach large, diverse groups of people without the constraints of physical space, leading to a democratization of the art world. However, this shift has also introduced new challenges and complexities as the lines between fine art, commercial art, and viral content continue to blur. One of the most significant impacts of social media on the art world is the way it has altered the relationship between artists and their audiences. In the past, artists often worked in isolation, with their work being exhibited in limited venues and seen by select groups of people. Today, artists can share their process, progress, and finished pieces with millions of followers in real time. This creates a more intimate and interactive experience where followers can offer feedback, engage with the work, and even influence the direction of an artist's practice. The concept of the artist's brand has become increasingly important, with social media serving as a platform for building personal narratives and connecting with fans. Additionally, social media has given rise to new forms of art and expression. Artists are now able to experiment with video, GIFs, digital illustrations, and even augmented reality, AR, and virtual reality, VR, expanding the boundaries of what can be considered art. Platforms like Instagram, for example, encourage a highly visual aesthetic, allowing artists to experiment with curated images, filters, and short videos that fit seamlessly into the daily flow of users' feeds. This has led to the proliferation of new art forms, such as meme art, digital collages, and other interactive works designed for digital consumption. However, the rise of social media has also raised concerns about the commercialization of art and the pressure on artists to create content that is tailored to online trends. The pursuit of likes, shares, and viral success can sometimes lead to a focus on aesthetics and marketability over artistic integrity. As the competition for attention grows, artists may feel compelled to produce work that aligns with popular trends, potentially diluting the authenticity of their creative vision. Furthermore, the fleeting nature of social media can create a culture of immediacy, where works are quickly consumed and discarded, leaving little room for deep reflection or engagement. Despite these challenges, social media remains a powerful force in shaping the art world. It has allowed for greater visibility for underrepresented artists, facilitated global collaborations, and inspired new forms of creative expression. As technology continues to evolve, social media will likely remain a central platform for the dissemination of art, offering both opportunities and obstacles in equal measure. In this age of instant sharing and constant connectivity, the relationship between art and its audience has never been more dynamic, and the possibilities for artistic innovation are boundless. The boundaries between art and technology. The boundaries between art and technology have become increasingly fluid as artists embrace digital tools and technologies to push the limits of their creative expression. In the past, art was typically confined to traditional mediums like painting, sculpture, and printmaking. However, with the advent of modern technologies, including computers, software, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality, the definition of what constitutes art has expanded. Technology is no longer just a tool used to create or document art. It has become a medium in itself, allowing artists to explore new realms of creativity, interactivity, and immersive experiences. One of the most profound ways technology has influenced art is through the use of digital art and computer-generated imagery, CGI. Digital painting, 3D modeling, and animation allow artists to create detailed, complex works that were previously impossible using traditional techniques. Software like Adobe Photoshop, Blender, and Procreate has opened up new possibilities for artists, enabling them to create virtual worlds, design characters, or even simulate real-life textures and environments with incredible precision. Through these tools, the artist's imagination can now be translated into digital environments that are constantly evolving, dynamic, and interactive. Moreover, the development of artificial intelligence, AI, has blurred the lines between human creativity and machine output. AI-driven programs can now generate original pieces of art based on algorithms that learn from vast datasets of existing artworks. Artists like Rafik Anadol and Mario Klingemann use machine learning to produce works that merge human intention with computational processes, raising fundamental questions about authorship and originality. In some cases, AI is used not just as a tool, but as a co-creator, producing art that challenges traditional ideas of human creativity. These advancements force us to reconsider the very nature of artistic expression and the role of the artist in the creative process. In addition to AI, the rise of virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, has introduced new dimensions of experience for both creators and audiences. VR allows artists to create fully immersive environments where viewers can interact with the artwork in three-dimensional spaces, blurring the line between the creator and the observer. On the other hand, AR enhances real-world environments with digital elements, creating opportunities for artists to engage with the public in new and interactive ways. Kara Walker's VR work, or John Raffman's interactive environments, show how virtual worlds can become a platform for thought-provoking narratives and experiences. Despite the exciting possibilities, the intersection of art and technology also brings challenges. The rapid pace of technological advancement means that the definition of art is constantly shifting, and some may argue that the human element of creativity is diminished or displaced by machines. Additionally, concerns about accessibility, copyright, and the implications of artificial intelligence in the creative process have sparked debates within the art world. As technology continues to evolve, it will be important to navigate these challenges while embracing the potential for art to flourish in this new digital age. Ultimately, the merging of art and technology invites reflection on the role of both human agency and technological innovation in shaping the future of creativity. As boundaries continue to dissolve, new possibilities for artistic expression will emerge, pushing the limits of what is possible and redefining the very nature of art itself. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The history of modern art, spanning from the 19th century to the present, showcases a remarkable journey of transformation, innovation, and rebellion. From the first stirrings of modernism, which challenged the conventions of academic tradition, to the more recent explorations of digital and conceptual realms, art has continually evolved, reflecting broader social, political, and technological changes. Throughout this journey, artists have pushed the boundaries of what is possible, continually redefining the role of the artist and the purpose of art in society. Modern art began as a response to the rapid changes brought about by industrialization, scientific discoveries, and social upheaval. Movements like Impressionism and Post-Impressionism rejected traditional forms of representation and sought to capture the fleeting moments of everyday life, setting the stage for further experimentation. The rise of avant-garde movements, such as Cubism and Futurism, introduced new ways of seeing and thinking about the world, while Dada and Surrealism explored the irrational and subconscious aspects of human experience. As art continued to evolve through the 20th century, movements like abstract expressionism, pop art, and minimalism emerged, reflecting the cultural shifts and growing complexity of modern life. The rise of consumer culture and the influence of mass media prompted artists to engage with popular imagery, while the development of new materials and techniques allowed for increasingly diverse forms of artistic expression. Conceptual art, performance, and process-based works challenged the very definition of art, moving away from objects and toward ideas and experiences. By the late 20th and early 21st centuries, art had become a truly global phenomenon. The rise of the internet and digital technologies opened up new opportunities for cross-cultural exchange, and artists began to address pressing global issues such as identity, politics, and the environment. The digital revolution also brought forth new forms of art, from virtual reality to generative art, creating spaces for new voices and alternative narratives to emerge. Looking forward, the future of art will undoubtedly be shaped by continued technological advancements, shifting cultural dynamics, and evolving societal needs. The rise of artificial intelligence, NFTs, and environmental concerns suggest that the intersection of art and technology will remain a focal point for exploration and innovation. Art in the 21st century will continue to challenge conventions, question assumptions, and push the boundaries of both form and content. Ultimately, modern art's legacy is one of constant reinvention, an ongoing dialogue between the artist, the world, and the ever-changing nature of human creativity.